online, members of the press, bon dia. Good morning. Bon dia, good morning. Happy Monday. A very special welcome to the second annual Dutch Caribbean Cooperation of Airports Conference, the International Sustainable Air Transportation event titled A Flight to the Future. Welcome to 2 days filled with presentations, panel discussions, and the presentation of the first joint strategic plan for more affordable, sustainable inter-island connectivity in the Dutch Caribbean. The Dutch Caribbean Cooperation of Airports is a cooperation agreement between all 6 Caribbean airports within the Kingdom of the Netherlands. DCCA's objective is to improve the general quality of each individual airport by facilitating mutual assistance and efficient exchange of information, transfer of knowledge, sharing of expertise with the goal of achieving economies of scale on 7 key elements, including, but not limited to, innovation, sustainability, regulation, safety and security, health challenges for airports, emergency assistance and response, economical, sustainable, stable, and affordable air connections, and maintenance, infrastructure, and project management. In light of the above goals, DCCA aims to present future-focused alternative air transportation options to improve inter-island connectivity in the Dutch Caribbean, and that is why you are all here today. So welcome. I am Nicole Maduro, and it's an honor to serve as your host for the next 2 days. One important note before we continue, your badge that you received today with a lanyard is also valid for tomorrow, so keep it safe, and it's also valid for today's event in the evening. For official opening remarks, please welcome to the stage the Minister of Economic Development of Curaçao, His Excellency Minister Luis Sandro Senche.
Good morning. Bon dia, moro. Protocol has been served. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed partners and stakeholders, good morning. As we navigate the skies towards a future of unparalleled connectivity in the Dutch Caribbean, I stand before you with a resounding call to action. The Dutch Caribbean Corporation of Airports, DCCA, has set the stage for the second International Sustainable Air Transportation event, a flight to the future. And the time has come for our regional airlines to seize the opportunities. The demand for improved connectivity within our island is clear, and is our regional airlines to hold the key to unlocking this potential. We need your innovation, your investment, your commitment to a shared vision of more interconnected Dutch Caribbean, which also extends to the rest of the Caribbean. Imagine the possibilities of multi-destination travel, of ABC island hopping, or SSS island hopping, all made feasible by a robust and efficient air connectivity system. And use the example of how cruise line has mastered the art of the connectivity for the ABC destination. And now it's our turn to soar the new heights. However, to make this vision reality, we must shift our mindset. It is time to move from competition to collaboration. Our true competitors are not within the Dutch Caribbean or in the rest of the Caribbean. They are beyond the borders, in North America, in Latin America, in the Middle East, in the Mediterranean, in Europe, or in the Pacific. To compete efficiently on the global stage, we must align our efforts, pool our resources, and present a united front. Together, we can offer a superior product showcasing the unique strength of our Dutch Caribbean region. Let us break free from the constraint of rivalry and forge a path for cooperation. The Dutch Caribbean island has so much to offer, and by aligning our strategies, we can cater a broader segment of tourism. It's not just about improving air transportation. It's about creating an experience that exceeds borders and, captivates the world. The future of Dutch Caribbean air transportation lies in collaboration, innovation, and shared commitment to excellence. Together, let's make a flight to the future, not just an event, but a reality that pushes our region to new horizons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Saintje. I would like to recognize the presence this morning of the Vice President of the Parliament of Curaçao, Mrs. Corinja Genaro. Thank you for joining us today. Please welcome to the stage the representative of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management in the Netherlands, Mrs. Brigitte Gijsbers, for her opening remarks.
Excellency, Minister Saintje, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is, in 2 weeks' time, elections will take place in the Netherlands, and therefore my minister, Mark Harbers, couldn't make it to be here, for which he apologized. He asked me to speak to you on behalf of himself. 1 year ago, I spoke in Aruba on the first edition of this event. Back then, we were all very enthusiastic, optimistic, and hopeful to succeed quickly. So was I. We learned during the past year that simply agreeing to work together, as we did in the Memorandum of Understanding, is not enough. What really counts are the actions we take. We found ourselves facing an enormous challenge together. The aviation sector needs a transition towards sustainability, and at the same time, there are other important issues here on the islands that need our attention. Connectivity, like the minister already said, between the islands is of vital importance for this island, for the islands. The Memorandum of Understanding we signed last year was crystal clear. We committed working together to create sustainable, efficient, and affordable connections between the islands. Even though working together with many different stakeholders can be complex, I'm very proud of the progress we've made so far. A lot of good things happened during the past year. And to mention a couple of them, first of all, we now have a draft version of the Joint Strategic Plan, thanks to the hard work of the task force. I believe that this document is a good starting point for realizing sustainable connections. Secondly, we have done a lot of underlying research, and PER yielded lots of insights on what it takes to test flights on the islands, and they have made a plan for commercial scale-up. Thirdly, our ministry published the innovation strategy. This plan places a significant focus on the new propulsion technologies, including electric aviation. Specifically, electric flights between the islands are one of our main priorities of our innovation policy. But we are not ready yet. We know now that it needs substantial financial investments and cooperation. We must join forces, not just within our organizations, but across the entire aviation ecosystem. governments, airports, airlines, aircraft manufacturers, and we need to cooperate with the regulators to combine our strength, knowledge, and resources to drive meaningful change. And that means being action-oriented, persistent, and willing to put in more effort when setbacks are encountered. I'm here representing the missionary government, more specific Minister Mark Harbers. At the moment, we can't give a lot of financial support. Our contribution is mostly facilitating, but we can provide the necessary framework, regulations, and support, and want to do this together with all of you. What I'm asking you here today, let's use this event to talk about what we have achieved in the past year, to strengthen our cooperation and show our commitment to make our plans happen. Because in the end, what really matters is making all those plans a reality. As I come to a close, I want to thank the organization of the event for bringing together such a diverse group, and I want to thank each of you for your attention. I wish all of us good discussions and a fruitful event. The road ahead is demanding, but it is also filled with promises. Let's do this together.
Thank you very much, Ms. Geisbers, for the opening remarks. And now we want to welcome to the podium the host of this year's conference, Sir Johnny Anderson. He is the CEO of Curaçao International Airport, and he will be followed by last year's host, the CEO of the Reina Beatrix International Airport of Aruba, Mr. Joost Meijs, who will be presenting the Dcca State of the Industry.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you. Yes. What a day. I mean, like, we've been working for a year to be here. We took over the reins last year from Joost and the team in Aruba, and now we finally have this conference here in Curaçao. Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister Saintja, dear colleagues and partners from the aviation sector in the Dutch Caribbean, dear all, dear friends, good morning and bon siman, and welcome to the second annual conference of the Dutch Caribbean Corporation of Airports, DCCA. I call it the DCCA 2. After a greatly successful first edition of the Dutch Caribbean Corporation, after a greatly successful first edition held by our member, Queen Beatrix Airport of Aruba last year, the bar has been set really high for us. And it's truly an honor for us here at Curaçao International Airport, CURE, to be the hosts this year. And just as you can look around, you know, this full house audience that you can see here shows that we have already been reaping the fruits of the previous conference, as the interest, even when we were preparing for this conference, has been overwhelmingly high. You all are industry stakeholders. You all are key players locally, regionally, but some of you also globally. You are all partners, and you will be partners that will contribute to this fantastic program that we will have during these 2 days. But also you will be part in shaping the future of the aviation sector of the Dutch Caribbean. That's what lies ahead of us during these 2 days. And I would like to say thank you so much for making the journey. Some of you came very, very far away, making the journey to Curaçao to come here to be with us today. So thank you so much for that. With that being said, I would also like to acknowledge all of those that are joining us online, virtually today. Thank you for joining us online, and we will make it possible for you to ask us questions during the event, as I understand it. But more information will hopefully be given on that one later on. During this year's flight to the future, we will continue the journey that we started last year. And some of the topics that we will discuss is, of course, the latest development within sustainable air transportation. But also more important and really important is how do we in the Dutch Caribbean adapt and implement and make use of this new technology for inter-island travel throughout the Dutch Caribbean. And besides this, how can we make inter-island travel more affordable for our passengers? These are key questions that will be discussed during this 2-day. So we will all be exploring all these subjects and more through insightful presentations and panel discussions provided by our stakeholders at this event. A very engaging program has been put together, as I said, and it has been carefully created to ensure we walk away from this conference with more knowledge than when we arrived here. And knowledge about what the future holds on green aviation, how it can be applied to our islands and also to our airports and to the sector in general. So let's make use of this opportunity to further network among our territories, engage with industry peers, and while we share and exchange valuable knowledge between us. I'm wishing you fruitful days here with us, and on behalf of our entire team at CURE, at the Dcca, and everybody who make this possible, I would really like to say welcome once again to our second Flight to the Future conference, Dcca, and I really hope that you will enjoy it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Then it's the privilege, I have the privilege to introduce the CEO of Aruba Airport, also the chairman of the Dcca, Mr. Joost Meest. He will make a presentation on the state of the industry in the Caribbean. Thank you so much. Joost, please.
You are live. Fantastic. You cannot be missed, Johnny. Thank you very much. Well, good morning, everyone. The protocol already been established. On behalf of the Dutch Caribbean Corporation of Airports, once again, I would like to welcome you to the Dcca's event, Flight to the Future, addressing the latest and the greatest trends and topics in the sustainable air transportation. And in my State of the Union, how it was announced, I could have shown you all kinds of statistics and success stories of and in this region. And believe me, we have had many success stories here in this region. But I will not do that. Instead, I will, with pleasure, address some words to you about the Dcca and the commitment of many aviation stakeholders to work on a structural improvement of the inter-island connectivity here in the Dutch Caribbean for the local communities. That's where it's all about. We want to make it more affordable, more efficient, and more sustainable over time. But before we get to this subject, I would like to thank Curaçao, the government, regulator, and airport for hosting this Dcca event here in Curaçao this year. And I'm convinced that after the event we can conclude that Johnny, Peggy, and the teams have put up a real show. Thank you. And on a side note, next year it will be in St. Maarten. And Brian, I wonder what you can still do next year in St. Maarten to outperform the events in Aruba and Curaçao. So all the best next year. The Dcca was established in 2021 as a collaboration platform among 6 commercial airports of the Dutch Caribbean, Ceiba, Statia, St. Maarten, Bonaire, Curaçao, and Aruba, all represented by the CEOs, and they are all here at the event. And the primary aim is to enhance the quality of each airport through mutual assistance, information exchange, and knowledge transfer. And we share the ambition of optimizing the connectivity between our islands, because in the end, we are for that on Earth, right? And sometimes I get the question, especially the last months, of why we put so much effort into an improvement of the inter-island connectivity. I hear it's only a small market for very small communities. I hear also for the islands, the source markets for tourists in the US, Europe and Latin America are economically and strategically much more important. And this is all true, of course. However, the answer to this question, why to focus on this relatively small niche, is still easy to give. The Dutch Caribbean has been very successful in getting millions of tourists from the US, Latin America or Europe each year. They all spend their well-deserved vacation on one of our islands. And this is boosting our economies. And it deserves a big compliment for all the stakeholders involved in the last let's say two decades. And also in our COVID recovery figures, the Caribbean is once more very successful and has outperformed many other regions in the world. This is all true, but isn't it about time then to start focusing also on our own communities and on our own residents and on our local players here? The communities on all the islands overlap significantly. Every resident has a family member or friend on one of the other sister islands. And every now and then they feel the need to fly to that family member for a wedding, a birthday party or funeral. They want to visit an old friend which they still know from their school times. They need to fly to another island for medical reasons or for sport tournaments. Or they have accepted a job on another island but do not feel like moving the whole family and household, so they need to commute every day. And I'm sure that especially the residents of the Dutch Caribbean islands in this room have experienced room for improvement while traveling to one of the sister islands. The sister islands are very close, but at the same time so hard to reach. And what does it make so hard to reach? First, I think traveling to one of the sister islands is costly. And for a significant proportion, not for you and me, but for a significant proportion of the communities on the islands, not even affordable, and they cannot even consider to fly to a family member on another island. A round trip from Aruba to Curaçao for this event cost me $326. My trip from Aruba to Saba via Curaçao and Sint Maarten earlier this year, together with Joanne, the program manager, cost me more than $1,200 and a full day traveling. And on a side note, but very importantly, and for the airline representatives in this room, relax and don't take this personal, because I, as airport CEO, am the first to admit that the airports and other stakeholders are equally or even more responsible for these high prices. A second element for improvement is efficiency. The islands are close to each other, but the experience of the journey does not feel efficient at all. A flight between Aruba and Curaçao or between Sint Maarten and Saba takes respectively 25 and 50 minutes in the air. But you need to be at the airport 60 to 75 minutes prior to your flight to be able to pass all the airport process steps, including the national entry and exit formalities for a 20-25 minute flight. We should work on an improvement to make airport process times for these short flights better in proportion to the actual flight times. And thirdly and lastly, for logical reasons, currently the flights between the islands are carried out with traditional aircraft using fossil fuel with a significant carbon footprint because there's no other option at this moment. But seeing the availability of new digital technologies and many innovations to make the aviation more sustainable, you feel there's room for improvement in all three elements. And taking this all into account, last year in November, in Aruba, we have launched a shared ambition between island governments, the Netherlands, aviation authorities, and airports committing to improve the inter-island connectivity here in the Dutch Caribbean. These parties assigned last January a task force with representatives again from all the islands and the Netherlands. And this task force, at first under the leadership of Marieke Smit, also here present, and later under the leadership of Joanne Christiaans, of course, also here present, has done an amazing, amazing job working on a plan in the last month, how to translate the ambition in an executable plan. And you will hear more about that, about the status of the plan and about the content of the plan, of course, later today by Joanne Christiaans. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not a secret that aviation is a stakeholders business. If you want to achieve great things, you must collaborate. Improving air connectivity means a responsibility for all stakeholders in the ecosystem of aviation. Every island in the Dutch Caribbean is a very strong brand by itself. But it is also a very small piece of rock in a very big ocean and in a big, competitive, fast-turning world. And Dcca is promoting collaboration between airports, but also between the other stakeholders on the 6 islands and with the Netherlands. Only working together, we are more powerful to battle the competition and jump on new trends and innovations, such as sustainability. That is the new chapter in aviation. Aviation is a polluting industry. And consumers all over the world have become more critical of and are reluctant towards using products and services with a huge negative impact on the environment. This trend, in the future, not tomorrow, more into the future, will be a huge threat for the aviation and travel industry and must be addressed by us. By the short distances and overload of sunshine and wind, we firmly believe that the Dutch Caribbean has the potential to lead the way, not to be a follower, but to lead the way in electric aviation, and to become a worldwide frontrunner in electric aviation. And this new chapter can create, over time, new business and employment for all the islands, and ultimately lower the ticket prices further due to less fuel costs and less maintenance costs. Of course, that's a new chapter. It will not happen tomorrow, but let's work on that. Ladies and gentlemen, on this second edition of our event, The Flight to the Future, I want to ask for your support in bringing the communities of the Dutch Caribbean islands closer to each other again in a sustainable way. By improving air connectivity on the elements of affordability, efficiency and sustainability, we will be making it accessible for a bigger portion of our communities. And we enhance not only our economies, but more importantly, I think, our social structures and livelihood on the islands. And investments needed to do so will be easily paid back by a higher volume of traffic as a result. For the local communities, this ambition is too good to fail, but we need your support. I'm wishing you lots of information, inspiration, thanking again our host airport, and hope to speak to you all personally during the upcoming 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meijs. He will join us shortly after this upcoming coffee break together with Ms. Joanne Christians, as he mentioned, where they will present the joint strategic plan, Embracing the Future of Alternative Aviation. But for now, we'll take a 15 to 20-minute coffee break, and then we will reconvene in this room for the continuation of the program. Thank you.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Man, there's nothing like a good vacation. This is paradise.
Can't wait to go to the beach tomorrow.
Yeah, I like the beach, but for me, vacation is exploring.
Whoa. Guys, what about the rush? The excitement? Vacation for me is speed. Wait. What about relaxation? Vacation for me is peace.
Hey. You wanna sleep? Sleep on this. Changa. This is how we vacation in Curacao, buddy.
Welcome to Aruba, a well-connected destination where happiness lives. Island of trade winds and award-winning beaches. Getting to Aruba is a breeze, as Aruba Airport receives an average of 32 flights a day from the United States, Canada, Latin America, Europe, and Dutch Caribbean. Flawless border processes include e-gates with facial recognition technology and self-scanning abilities upon arrival and departure, including a dedicated departure facility for travelers to the U.S., providing U.S. Customs and Border Protection services and global entry, ensuring smooth connections with various large hubs in the U.S. Prior to boarding, a variety of shops, restaurants, and bars await, while a VIP lounge provides private seating and tailored services. As the first Green Globe certified airport in the world, we embrace new technologies and support operations that are geared to minimalizing the environmental impact, while our staff extends Aruba's warm hospitality with friendly service and authentic experiences. Aruba Airport is currently executing its Gateway 2030 project, involving terminal expansions, facility upgrades, and the introduction of new baggage handling technologies. We're ready for the future, and we look forward to welcoming you to Aruba Airport, the key to your happy place.
Sakit a mi casa, pero estar aquí no está dimi y no está perteneciendo a ningún gente, está de nostur. That's what I love most about this island. It was made to be explored, discovered, encountered in its natural state. Here, the warmth of the sunshine is matched only by the warmth of the people. The soul of the island is protected by the souls on the island. In Bonaire, it's not about expanding, but more preserving both nature and ourselves. Lo cual kuta hasi Bonaire asina especial, no está solamente lo cual ku etin, pero más importante, lo cual ku enotin.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Man, there's nothing like a good vacation. This is paradise.
Can't wait to go to the beach tomorrow.
Yeah, I like the beach, but for me, vacation is exploring.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Guys, what about the rush? The excitement? Vacation for me is speed. Wait. What about relaxation? Vacation for me is peace.
Hey. You wanna sleep? Sleep on this. Changa. This is how we vacation in Curacao, buddy.
Welcome to Aruba, a well-connected destination where happiness lives. Island of trade winds and award-winning beaches. Getting to Aruba is a breeze, as Aruba Airport receives an average of 32 flights a day from the United States, Canada, Latin America, Europe, and Dutch Caribbean. Flawless border processes include e-gates with facial recognition technology and self-scanning abilities upon arrival and departure, including a dedicated departure facility for travelers to the U.S., providing U.S. Customs and Border Protection services and global entry, ensuring smooth connections with various large hubs in the U.S. Prior to boarding, a variety of shops, restaurants, and bars await, while a VIP lounge provides private seating and tailored services. As the first Green Globe certified airport in the world, we embrace new technologies and support operations that are geared to minimalizing the environmental impact, while our staff extends Aruba's warm hospitality with friendly service and authentic experiences. Aruba Airport is currently executing its Gateway 2030 project, involving terminal expansions, facility upgrades, and the introduction of new baggage handling technologies. We're ready for the future, and we look forward to welcoming you to Aruba Airport, the key to your happy place.
Sa kita mi casa, pero estar aqui não tá de mim e não tá pertencendo a nenhum gente, é tá de nós todos. That's what I love most about this island. It was made to be explored, discovered, encountered in its natural state. Here, the warmth of the sunshine is matched only by the warmth of the people. The soul of the island is protected by the souls on the island. In Bonaire, it's not about expanding, but more preserving both nature and ourselves. Lo cual kutaha si Bonaire asina especial, no ta solamente lo cual ku etin, pero más importante, lo cual ku enotin.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Man, there's nothing like a good vacation. This is paradise.
Can't wait to go to the beach tomorrow.
Yeah, I like the beach, but for me, vacation is exploring.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Guys, what about the rush? The excitement? Vacation for me is speed.
Wait. What about relaxation? Vacation for me is peace.
Hey. You wanna sleep? Sleep on this. Changa. This is how we vacation in Curacao, buddy.
Welcome to Aruba, a well-connected destination where happiness lives. Island of trade winds and award-winning beaches. Getting to Aruba is a breeze, as Aruba Airport receives an average of 32 flights a day from the United States, Canada, Latin America, Europe, and Dutch Caribbean. Flawless border processes include e-gates with facial recognition technology and self-scanning abilities upon arrival and departure, including a dedicated departure facility for travelers to the U.S., providing U.S. Customs and Border Protection services and global entry, ensuring smooth connections with various large hubs in the U.S. Prior to boarding, a variety of shops, restaurants, and bars await, while a VIP lounge provides private seating and tailored services. As the first Green Globe certified airport in the world, we embrace new technologies and support operations that are geared to minimalizing the environmental impact, while our staff extends Aruba's warm hospitality with friendly service and authentic experiences. Aruba Airport is currently executing its Gateway 2030 project, involving terminal expansions, facility upgrades, and the introduction of new baggage handling technologies. We're ready for the future, and we look forward to welcoming you to Aruba Airport, the key to your happy place.
Sakit a mi casa, pero estar aquí no está dimi y no está perteneciendo a ningún gente, está de nostur. That's what I love most about this island. It was made to be explored, discovered, encountered in its natural state.
If you can please take your seats so we can continue with today's program. A special thank you to Maduro and Correals Bank, the MCB, for sponsoring all the coffee breaks for this conference. Thank you very much to MCB. We hope you had a good coffee break. And before we continue, I would like to recognize the presence of the President of the Committee of Economic Development of the Parliament of Curaçao, Mr. Gwendol Marcelina, who is joining us today. And also we have two ex-ministers, yes. We have two ex-ministers of Suriname who are also here today. They both occupy the function of Minister of Transportation, among other important tasks, and they are also from the airport of Suriname at this moment. We have Mr. Vijay Chotkan, the current CEO of the International Airport of Suriname. Yes, where are you? Hi. And also Mr. Pinas, who is also a member of the team there at the airport of Suriname. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. As we continue, I would like to invite on the stage with me the program manager of the DCCA, Ms. Joanne Christians, and she will later on be joined by Mr. Joost Meijs for the joint strategic plan titled Embracing the Future of Alternative Aviation. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Joanne Christians.
Thank you, Nicole, for such a wonderful introduction. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our former program manager, Ms. Marika Smith. Thank you for being here. And let's start. It is with a grateful heart that I stand before you this morning on behalf of the task force. We are excited to share that the preliminary draft of the Joint Strategic Plan has been finished and shared with our stakeholders. Our stakeholders are now taking their due time to evaluate and review our preliminary draft, and once we complete this process, we will be publishing and making it a public document for all of you to read. Without further ado, let's start with the Joint Strategic Plan. Yes. So like Joost mentioned in his speech a few minutes ago, as the Dutch Caribbean islands, we share challenges in common. Traveling between our islands is very expensive. We have been experiencing this in the past months since we were traveling and consulting with several stakeholders on the islands. The air connections are not consistent, and we experienced it yesterday. We had a few minutes delay, and then we arrived a bit later for our welcome reception, but we are very happy to be here. But not being consistent, not having a travel schedule that you can rely on can sometimes be a hurdle. Transition to sustainable flight is a shared ambition of all the signatories of MOU, of last year's MOU. We would like to the first collaboration further. Can you still hear? Okay, yes. So yes, I'm sorry. Yes, from the task force, we would like to request for more and the support for our joint strategic plan to support our shared challenges. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry, I got distracted with the mic, but yes, let's continue. The show must go on. Yes, so we would like from the task force to request for collaboration, the support for our plan. We have been working in the background for the past months very hard. We are excited about this project. We are passionate about this project. It's a very beautiful project for the region, for the residents, and we cannot be more honored to be standing here today and also with my fellow task force members. It's been an honor working on this project these past months. So we are striving for a more neutral execution transition platform to take our joint strategic plan further, mediating and negotiating with all the stakeholders involved, and also to continue with the consultation rounds with all involved to make this plan a reality. We also want to establish an innovative, affordable, reliable, and environmental friendly air travel between the Dutch Caribbean islands. So let's change the paradigm. Let's make the inter-island connectivity efficient, affordable, and sustainable. It will benefit us all, and we can be pioneers in this aspect. So last year, like Joost also mentioned, we signed an MOU during the Fly to the Future event in Aruba. This MOU is based on the fundamentals of the importance of affordable, efficient, and sustainable air travel, integration of the SDGs goals and ICAO objectives in the Dutch Caribbean region, the need for improved air connectivity between the islands, the shared vision of cooperation and collaboration with a focus on zero emission, and a task force in progress committee tasked with the preparation of the GSP. So in 2023, this year, we organized ourselves, and as a result of the MOU signed last year, which is anchored on the 3 pillars of sustainability, efficiency, and affordability, we, together with the Progress Committee, together with the task force, have been busy in the background preparing this joint strategic plan, consulting with all our stakeholders, And we based our joint strategic plan on 4 important building blocks, being the airline and market development, being the regulation and flight permits, business development, and infrastructure. For the airline and market, we did a collaborative market research together with Business IQ to see what is in the market. How will the market react on our thoughts, our ideas, and our recommendations moving forward? For the regulations part, our very important stakeholder being the civil aviation authorities are consulted for their thoughts on how can we achieve our goals and ambitions. For the business development, we want to prepare the public to be open to embrace our changes, specifically on the sustainable pillar, because similar with electric vehicles, there might be some hesitancy at the beginning, but the future will be here soon enough. So we would like also for the public to be engaged and accepting of this future technology. And lastly, infrastructure. We as the airports need to be ready to cater for new technologies on sustainable aviation. So our joint strategic plan, based on the 4 building blocks and anchored on the pillars of sustainability, affordability, and efficiency, we have thought of ideas on how to give it content and body, and on each pillar, we have drafted recommendations for short-term, mid-term, and long-term. On the short term, for the DCCA airports, we plan to have and introduce an harmonized passenger facility charge with the aim to have this in place in 2025, because we still have to continue with the consultation rounds with the airports, with the stakeholders, in order to give it body and content. On the efficiency pillar, we have, as an example, the pilot for a dedicated terminal or lane at each airport for the inter-island flying. We've all experienced, like Joost also mentioned, that it's relatively very short flights, but we have to go through full airport processes, making it that we have to be at the airport maybe 1 hour or 90 minutes in advance to clear out the processes. So with this recommendation, we think we can make that processing time shorter and more efficient for everybody involved. And lastly, on the sustainability pillar, the DCCA Airports is considering to introduce an air service incentive program, incentivizing the airlines for sustainable embracing and sustainable options in flying. At the end of the joint strategic plan and at the end of the task force, with now a solid preliminary draft being handed over to our stakeholders, we are now also suggesting for a transition platform to continue with the ambitions moving forward. This transition platform, our intention is for it to be a neutral body to continue with the consultation rounds on all the recommendations we've included in our joint strategic plan. The transition platform will be sponsored by the DCCA on behalf of all the stakeholders, will provide research and knowledge center training, serving the stakeholders for future decision making, actively search also for funding. We know that investments in infrastructure requires big investments, so one of the tasks of the transition platform would be to also seek for funding collectively for all the signatories of the MOU, and also adapt the need of support as we go. It is a fluid plan. We are still in consultation with our stakeholders and are open for any and all the comments moving forward. So the transition platform will also embrace that flexibility moving forward. Okay. Yes. So in this picture, 2024 and moving forward, we identified the regulators, the DCCA airports, and the airlines, and this is the aviation system of the Dutch Caribbean. For each stakeholder, we identified possible conversations moving forward. For the regulators, we identified freedom of the air, safety standard for electric flying, special pricing policies. For the airlines, we are thinking about collaboration options, we're thinking about schedule and pricing, IT systems to have it more uniform for the end user, and also fleet renovation. For the DCCA airports, the airport needs to be ready for zero-emission flights, seamless domestic travel, but also electric infrastructure and special pricing. Next to the aviation system, a very important stakeholder is Ministry of E&W, which supports with an innovation, subsidies, with support with possibilities for funding exploration, with supports with research studies, and also advance and guidance. This is how we envision 2024 moving onwards towards the implementation of our joint strategic plan. So, with all that being shared with you, a strong aviation system benefits all of us. It is thinking in possibilities and opportunities. It is about accepting the common values and sharing those values. It is collaborating for cost efficiencies, serving the residents, learn smarter together, think big, think that we as a region can be the pioneers in making and improving our air connectivity and searching for significant funding moving forward. This is our roadmap. I'm not going to go through all the details, but you see here, we started already last year. Here we show you what we've been doing in 2023 and how we slowly transition to reach that end goal in the future. Before going to the Q&A, I would like to call on stage Mr. Joost Meijs.
Well, thank you, Joanne, for your presentation of the draft GSP. And I think before I continue, it would be fantastic to see the whole task force, because Joanne, you were an excellent leader, but of course assisted by many other colleagues from the other islands. So I would like to call on stage all members of the Progress Committee, and also all members of the task force, which have been working on this beautiful plan in the last months, since January. So please, come on stage. Susie, I saw her. Joanne Arends. Marieke, of course, as the former program manager. Christine Driessen, Peggy. On stage is not in the shade somewhere there, so that is here. Yeah, go there. Ton is also in the room. You should also be on stage here, yes. Vishal as the former member. He's not a member anymore, but he has contributed in the beginning of the project, Vishal. Do we have everyone here? Because it would be embarrassing if some persons are missing out here. Yeah? Marjan van Giezen, of course. There's Progress Committee. Nobody can see me anymore if you... So you see that it is a real collective effort to bring this ambition further. Yeah, and you also come on stage. Yeah, you are allowed. I invited you. It's your own stage, by the way, John. No, that I think you see here that it is a collective effort, and all the members here, the task force members and the progress committee members, come from all the islands and also from the Netherlands. I see. Do I still? Yeah, indeed. The progress committee. Where's Peter? Peter Steinmetz, Dcca. Are you willing to come on stage because you are part of the progress committee? Yeah, you are invited. Yes. You are so humble and a little shy as ever, Peter. So now I hope that I have everyone on board, right? Yeah, on the stage? So this is just, again, to show you that it is a collective effort of all the islands, of all the stakeholders, and including the Netherlands. It is really a collaborative effort which has led to the outcome of this joint strategic plan as presented by Joanne. And I would like, I have the strong will to thank you all for the amazing work that has started somewhere in January when you have been assigned for this task force. And it is fantastic to see what you can accomplish in 8-9 months time since then. And I would like to ask, especially for the task force, the progress committee was only monitoring the progress, but the real drivers behind this project was the task force. So please, a warm applause for the task force members. And I can assure you that it is not easy. It is not easy to work on a project cross islands, cross nations. The Netherlands was involved, other country states were involved, municipalities of the Netherlands were involved. It is not easy to lead such a project. An international task force with many teams meeting, I assume, but you also managed to meet in person in Sint Maarten, in Bonaire, and even in Paris. What the hell were you doing there? Oh, the Paris Air Show, no, of course it was. So, and it was working on 3 pillars at the same time, right? Sustainability, efficiency, affordability, short, medium, and long term. So this whole project had many, many dimensions. And in the end, it's of course not only about the content, but it's also about stakeholder management. And that all came in, on top of it, I would say. And all of a sudden, the task force was invited by the parliaments to do a speech in Sint Maarten. You were invited as task force to do a presentation in Paris. Lately in the Netherlands for a sustainability conference. So it is not only working on the content, but it is working on stakeholder management at the same time. And that deserves a big, big compliment. And of course, there was a hard deadline, right? So Johnny, I hope that you would delay a little bit your convention, but no. Yeah, you are working for the airport, so it is always on time. And so is... So, and if the deadline is coming, you have to deliver. And of course, we know that the stakeholder management and the consultation of all the stakeholders will continue. The project is fluid. The plan in the basics are there, but of course, a lot of work still needs to be done to make it, to translate it in reality, so to say. And thank you for bringing the ball in our court again, task force. And I think that the next step is, to change the plan into actions. And you have been presenting already the ideas behind the transition platform. I think that would be a perfect platform to bring this plan into reality and to take real concrete actions. So we need, as I think as Progress Committee, to start discussions soon after this convention on who will be in that transition platform? What kind of profile do we need to contribute to this project, and how to bring this further and to do the best for the communities of all the islands? And of course, you have been mentioning many actions and recommendations on the short term about harmonized price structures and all of that. I think that the transition platform is a perfect platform to bring that further. And as a neutral platform, of course, it is not only the airports pulling and pushing, it is a broader stakeholder group that we need on board. And I think that neutral institute called Transition Platform is the perfect platform to bring this further. So there's still a lot of work to do, but I would like to compliment you all once again for all the effort that you have been putting in this fantastic project and for your nice presentation. To UN Task Force and Progress Committee members, thank you very, very much. A warm applause again. And of course, we will see the results on the next edition of this event in 1 year time in St. Martin, and hopefully also earlier, of course. So thank you very much. Yeah? All right. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, let's go in the front.
Maybe take the microphone with you, or you have a microphone there, yeah?
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So the big moment has arrived. As the program manager for the task force, Joost, I would like to officially hand over the preliminary draft of our joint strategic plan.
I would once again, on behalf of the whole Progress Committee, again, a big thank you for you, for your leadership, and for all the work that has been done in the last month. Thank you very much again. The nice words has been shared already. Thank you.
Thank you, Joost.
Right.
And once again, thank you, Tim. I wouldn't have been able to stand here and hand this over if it was not for these amazing persons, ladies, gentlemen, standing here. So thank you.
All right. Let's work.
To be continued.
To be continued. Later. The question of Brian was if we are going to drink something, but not here on stage, of course. Go ahead. Go. You go. Yeah.
Sorry, we almost forgot the Q&A part.
We have an opportunity for questions and answers from Joanne. So if anybody has a question, we have mics in the room. Just raise your hand and the mic will come to you. Yes? Who has the first question? Not everybody at the same time. Here we go. Here in the front.
Hi, good morning, Joanne. My name is Joanne. Thank you for the nice presentation. I was wondering, as a traveler myself, you were saying about the harmonization of tariffs. Is that for the travel tariffs or just the tax, or what do you mean with harmonization of tariff?
Okay, so to explain it in a broader context, the airline ticket consists of several components. Our focus right now is on the part that is related to the airport-related charges, which again also consist of several components. At this point, the DCCA airports are focusing on the passenger facility charge that the airports charge the airlines per passenger. And in the near future, we would like to also initiate conversations on other of the components related to the airport-related charges.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Second question. Oh, right here in the front.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think a very clear presentation about a joint strategic plan. It was mentioned that now from a plan we have to go to actions. And it was also mentioned that there will be a transition platform to do so. That's on that point I have some questions, because I think there should be a project leader like you. You've been working very hard this past year, and before that Marieke was pulling the car to make sure that actions were taken. So I wondered if you're talking about a transition platform, is there still, or are there still project leaders? Is there, how is the governance made? You now had a task force and a progress board, so I wondered maybe you could elaborate on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yes, in our joint strategic plan, we dedicated a chapter on the transition platform, and indeed, the vision that we are sharing and recommending is to have a program manager for the task force, supported by a couple of FTEs. And the aspect of governance, we also suggest for the progress committee to have that oversight role for the transition platform, and we are also recommending the current task force and core team to be an advisory body to the transition platform moving forward, to ensure that you have the continuity and also that the vision is carried forward.
All right, industry people, nobody else has a question? Yes, right here in the front. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Robert. On the sustainability part, I have the question, what you may identify as the greatest hurdle that you need to overcome to achieve the goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. On the sustainability part, we identified also short, medium, and long-term recommendations. We have to start as islands to perform a study on the energy capacity of each island, because we need to know what we are capable right now of handling before taking it any further. So I think that would be one of the first challenges, to really understand as islands what is our capacity and how can we expand further. Secondly, we believe also that the biggest challenge is the dependency on the technology on its own. We have been hearing a lot about technologies. In our joint strategic plan, we considered the electric flying, because that is the technology we believe that might be available in the market the soonest. We do not exclude the other technologies. We still have our minds open to them, but it is years to come, and it also, as a small region, we are also competing to get those aircrafts with the larger companies. So I believe that would be the biggest challenge on the sustainability pillar based on the information of today.
We have time for a few more questions right here in the front. We have a gentleman at the first table. Yes, the microphone is coming to you. Go ahead.
Yes, we've heard a lot about aviation, electric aviation, but I'm missing the part on electric cars, electric buses. The easy section, because aviation, we all know aviation is very difficult, certifications, etc. It takes a long time. But I think there should also be talking about the cars and those type of things. And I'm missing that a little bit. It's a lot of focus on aviation, on the airlines, to change to electric. Naturally, it will. become something real in the future, but I think there's a lot, if we're talking only environment, there's a lot else that can be done much quicker than an electric airplane, 50-seater flying. So what is the task force opinion on that, or what is their way of thinking on this issue?
Thank you for your question. Yes, so from the task force, we are presenting the joint strategic plan on behalf of all the signatories, but with the knowledge that I have from the airport business also, I can mention that it is the ambition of the airports not only to transition to electric aircrafts, but also to transform the complete ecosystem. I know Aruba Airport has, I think, 1 or 2 of the Cobus buses that are electric, so the airports are undergoing that process also of transition their ground operations also into more sustainable options.
Thank you for your question. Do we have more questions from our audience this morning? No? If not, yes, we have here one more.
Hi, I'm Susan Ying from Ampere.
Hi.
Hi. That's wonderful presentation and also the new strategic plan. I just want to make a comment on the previous comment regarding the EV side. As we have done a we have done a feasibility study to complement your strategic plan. That is to look at what's going on in general on the ground electrification. And so we believe that, without much more modification, we can really sustain the hybrid electric type of airplane instead of all electric. At this moment, the technology is already there, so we just have to make the decision to go forward, and also with the, working together with the airports and energy companies, particularly because some of these airports will have to reach into the grids, or some of the airports can produce the clean energy locally just at the airport, making the airports of the future, which is the energy hubs. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, and that is indeed true. But yeah, from the task force perspective, we are addressing it collectively, but indeed each airport individually is already undertaking individual steps towards a more sustainable ecosystem and way of working forward.
We have one more question here in the front and then one more in the back.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I'm Adrian from 270. And again, not a question, just a comment. Energy hub, I absolutely agree, but do be careful. I recently spoke to an airport who announced they're going to make green hydrogen from solar panels, and they did their sums wrong, and they need to cover the entire airport, including the runway, in solar panels to achieve that, which is fairly self-defeating. And there are people out there who do seem to be suggesting all sorts of very wild ideas. And I don't say Ampere is not. Ampere is a good example. Please don't get me wrong. But there are some bad numbers out there. Do be careful.
Yes, thank you for your comment, and indeed, that is why for the sustainability pillar, we are going very slowly, identifying, and then we will go back and see how the technology is developing, because with all new technology, you will run some risks, and from aviation system, we wouldn't want to take any unnecessary risk, and that's why the partnership and the collaboration with a very important stakeholder, being the civil aviation authorities, is so important.
One more question here in the back.
Hi, good morning. This is Rul from TUI. Just a more general question on the investment needed to get to the end goal of this of your initiative. Do you have an idea or an estimate of the total investment that's needed?
Yes, we have a very rough estimate on the infrastructure investment. I don't remember the number on top of my head, but we're talking collectively for the airports, it's in the millions.
Yes? Questions as we wrap up this section? No? If that is it, I would like to thank you, Joanne, for your presentation and as well as your availability to answer questions. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you.
All right, and we will have more question and answer sessions after lunch, just so you know, so you can take notes in case you have any questions for our presenters today. I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Bisumbar, also from Airport Management Limited in Suriname. They are the operators of the Johan Adolf Pengel International Airport. He is also here with us today. Yes? Hi. And it's now my pleasure to invite all the CEOs of the Dutch Caribbean airports on stage for the DCCA CEO Roundtable Panel discussion. And I also want to welcome Ms. Peggy Cruz, who will serve as the moderator for this segment. Ms. Megan Hassel, Mr. Maarten van der Scheer, Mr. Brian Mingo, Mr. Joost Meijs, and Mr. Johnny Anderson. A round of applause for them, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Well, good morning, everybody. We hope you enjoyed the welcome reception last night. Hopefully it set the tone for the conference this morning. And not to brag, but Cure has a special relationship with sunset. So it was super spectacular last night. And we hope you enjoyed that. So good morning, everybody. Good morning to the first panel of the Flight to the Future 2023. It's very surreal because it feels like we were in Aruba last year. And Joanne was manning this roundtable. So again, thank you so much. We've talked a little bit already and setting tone on how the year has been, and thank you for a very informative State of the Union, Joost. Before we proceed, I'd like to just have each one of you just briefly talk about yourself and mention something you like to do for fun. Because I know our days and our challenges are much, and please don't tell me it's watching aircrafts land and take off. So, you know. So let's start off with Brian.
Hi.
Hi.
Be honest, eh? Be honest. I'm honest. Brian Mingo, CEO of Airport St. Martin. I'm also, I used to be a musician, so I like to play a little guitar here and there, but
nice.
I do it at home because, you know, the airport takes a lot of my time.
Yes.
So, but my situation is also a little different. We're rebuilding an airport which got damaged in 2017, so, you know, that keeps me busy
Right.
in the meantime.
Okay, but thank you. So, want to be a musician? No, a very accomplished musician, I presume, in your family.
Just for fun.
And gathering.
Just
Good.
for fun.
Thank you, Megan.
Yes. Baking. Yeah. Flour. I'm in the baking business, so.
Oh, nice.
I love making Johnny cakes, baking cakes, sweet stuff.
Did you bring
Dangerous.
Oh, that is nice. We love Johnny cakes too. So.
Yeah. So I take joy into flour. Get my hands dirty in the flour.
Super. Thank you, Maarten.
Nice to meet you, Bon Simon. Maarten van der Scheer, director of Flamingo Airport. I like to go every Sunday morning to Sorbonne on Bonaire, and it's a beautiful place. And you can windsurf there, and my two oldest kids are having lessons there, and
Super.
I
really enjoy it. It's a beautiful place. Go see it.
Nice, thank you. Joost.
Well, I'm the CEO of Aruba Airport, and in my free time I'm a very enthusiastic mountain biker. I have chicken, so I get the eggs every morning and serve my wife and my kids, of course, a nice breakfast with the eggs. I do some gardening also.
Okay.
So yeah, I have many things to do when I'm not at the airport.
Super, great, thank you. And last but certainly not least, Johnny.
Yeah, okay. I'm Johnny Anderson. I'm the CEO of Curaçao Airport and the host together with Peggy and this wonderful event. I would actually kind of combine it. I really love foods, but that somehow
Who doesn't? Well,
that somehow ends up with having some effect on my weight. So I need to kind of exercise a little bit. So right now I'm in that kind of mix of eating too much, not exercising enough, and so I'm kind of struggling a little bit there, but that's what I do now these days.
Sounds
Eating
like
and
a
go
lot of
to
fun.
the gym, you
Yeah.
know, like, I feel really bad all the time, you know, because I don't gym enough. So looking forward to the event tonight. Hope there's some good food there. You know. Indeed.
Super, thank you so much. So hopefully that kind of like lightens up the mood, because of course the issues we're talking about are very, I wouldn't say heavy, but they are difficult and they are a little complicated. And we do have the cooperation, and I appreciate being together with the task force, being in close contact and close to the fire, if you may say so, throughout this year especially. But the future, we've talked a little bit about what has happened in the past year, but setting the stage for the time to come, and of course you'd like to have it in the short term and in the mid-range period. How do you look at the opportunities for you as an airport? Because we've heard about it more of a collective scenario, but I'm sure there's some issues that are quite different for an Aruba airport compared to St. Martin or to Megan in Saba. So Martin, would you care to start us off in that aspect?
Of course, yeah. We talk a lot about the challenges, but I like to take a moment to appreciate all the stakeholders in the ecosystem, and especially the airlines, because they are doing a tremendous job connecting the islands. And if we talk about the higher prices or the lack of availability, the airlines are doing what they can. And together we have the challenge to improve that ecosystem and to lower the cost, or to make it more sustainable, or make it more efficient. So that's something to recognize. The local players are doing a great job. That's for starters. So thank you out there. Yeah, I agree. And secondly, we did a lot of work last year. Since we signed the MOU and we had that shared ambition, it was time to draft the plan. We just saw it, we heard about it. Now it's time to put it into action. That's really important. Yeah. And I recognize what Joost said in his opening speech. We have to look at our own role as airports. What can we do in the short term, for example, to lower and harmonize the tariffs? That's something we would really like to work on actively, to implement in a few years, I hope, or even sooner. So we have a lot of work to do.
Thank you. Johnny, would you care to add some comments?
I would like to first of all agree to what Martin is saying.
But I also think that, yes, we are seeing tremendous work from the local airlines and our partners that are flying into our airport, but also to the Dutch Caribbean. And in many ways, I see that we have kind of burst through the ceiling somehow. There are some trend shifts in the sector right now, where we see that the Dutch Caribbean is becoming more and more on the radar, both for the markets, but also for, what can I say, the airlines, of course, looking into actually flying to our islands for different reasons. Of course, we are leisure destinations and so on, but what I'm concluding with that is that us being able to attract the additional traffic that we are seeing, because we are having a stellar year this year, and many of us around this table are also having a stellar year, and we are looking at 2024 to be probably the strongest year ever, at least for Curaçao, when it comes to passenger numbers, routes, number of frequencies, and so on and so on. It is important to develop that inter-island connectivity that most have been spoken about today, because that will benefit us all. Both what the minister was saying previously in his opening speech, what Joost was saying in his opening speech, I think it's kind of a key element for us to kind of surpass even our own expectations, if we are able, together with the local airlines, to be able to establish a well-functioning, effective, reasonably priced network of connectivity between the Dutch Caribbean islands. That's kind of the opportunity that I would like to mention that I see, because we have broken trends now. And I don't know where is that new level. I think it's much, much higher up there than what we have been looking at until now.
Yeah.
And that's why I think this cooperation that we have can really benefit us all, and the communities, of course.
Yeah. Thank you, Johnny. Megan?
Yeah, as a small airport, we heavily depend on our bigger brother or sister, St. Martin. As our airports, as small as we are, they are our gateways to the rest of the world, and we heavily depend on St. Martin to get even further and to reach down to the ABC Islands at times. So collaboration is very important, that it's not from only the airlines or the regulators, but as airports, that we take the initiative, the first step in making this possible, as like what Joanne mentioned earlier, the passenger facility charge. If that's the first step, I think then we should all be on board and make it happen, because in the end, it's for everybody. It's not only for the airport users or the airlines, it's the passengers. We're talking about us and everybody else. So,
thank you.
I think,
yeah, great. Brian?
Just to put it in perspective, St. Martin is an airport between 1.5 and 2 million passengers movements a year. And one of the things that we have unique is that we're also a hub airport, of which 1/3 is, transit. And we have a national carrier that survived 30 years in the region. So, that element, we maybe need to put that on the table and see what made Wayne Air survive, because there's a lot of airlines that failed. You have ALM, you have Insulair, you have Air Antilles, and also Liat. So the whole demographics, or actually the market of the Caribbean travel, is a very fragile one. And yes, we want to reduce rates, and the ambition is there. We should push it, don't get me wrong. But we also got to make sure this is weatherproof, so that we all can, keep surviving. Because look at what happened in St. Martin. In 2017, we got a little bump in the road, and we nearly lost our airport. And we needed help from abroad. I'm not going to be ashamed to say this. This initiative is a great one. It shows, we're doing something to regulate, and that's another item. That's a whole new chapter. We need to make sure to regulate between these different governments. Give you an example, even between our islands, the regulators put their cards on the table and kind of make it difficult for each other. And I think the minister said it this morning, we need to work together. Even so, I was once in Curaçao, and it has nothing to do with Curaçao Airport. And I had to go to Aruba, but I had a Wayne Air ticket, but I couldn't use that ticket maybe to go on DV Air. And I saw the plane, and I had to wait for the night. Well, we made, if we had interline agreements, maybe I could have, go across the different airlines. So there's a lot of work yet to be done. And what I see here today, I think we're on the right path. So, that said, I think we're moving forward.
Good. Thank you so much. Joost?
Yeah, well, I agree with everything what has been said. But to add to that, of course, I see all the hurdles and difficulties and challenges. And it is certainly what Johnny already expressed, and also Martin. It is not the local airlines to blame. They're doing the best what they can. And I really believe that they do not make profit.
I think you're...
Yeah, Mike.
Just one moment.
And I really believe that they don't make enormous profits. But I was in
Joost, yeah.
In July, I was in, does it work, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
you're okay.
In July, I was in Seba, and there I heard the story that from a local taxi driver, and this is not just a story, it really happened. And he said, well, inter-island connectivity, I have never been visiting Statia, for example. Yeah. Well, you can see the other island from the beautiful rock called Seba, but that taxi driver hasn't been to Statia in his life. And he explained me that $600, that is a normal fee to travel from Seba to Stasia via St. Martin, of course. And that is really difficult to explain, that you need to pay $600 to reach an island that you can really see from that beautiful rock again called Seba. And I think it is not one party to blame, the whole system doesn't work out. Yeah. And of course we have put a lot of energy in in the development of international routes from all the islands, from Curaçao to the States and from Aruba to Europe. We have put a lot of effort and we have been very successful, but in that work we missed a little bit to keep on focusing on, I call it the human rights, that local citizens should be able, against an affordable price, in an efficient way, to travel to another island which they can see at the other side of the sea. And that is, so the whole system needs to be, for the inter-island connectivity, needs to be transformed. And I always say, but that is maybe a wrong word to use in this room, but it should be approached more like a public transport mechanism, right? What you see in Europe and what you see in Latin America and what you see in America, that you can be transported against an affordable price in an efficient way from one place to the other. And if you see, of course, the islands are all to a certain extent independent from each other, but at the same time, the communities themselves are overlapping. And I think that is so yes, we can work on to develop the commercial aviation to far away destinations further, but the inter-island connectivity needs to be approached, I think, more in public transport way. And we need, of course, all the stakeholders to do that. Also the governments. Also the governments needs to play an important role. And that is complicating the matter even more because we have to deal with 7 governments, with countries and provinces and municipalities and kingdom authorities and all of that. But yeah, I think in this room everyone is together. And so if we want to reach something, we can do it.
Thank you. And that is to continue on that, Joost. Our roles as airports, we are mostly facilitators and mediators. We actually are service providers to our communities, but also to our stakeholders. So if we kind of take a little peek and envision ourselves already in St. Martin next year, what do you envision and hope to provided in this platform, and hopefully the conversations that will be stimulated see actually materialize part of in 2024? What would you like to see? And I'll pose that question to every single one of you. So Maarten goes ahead.
Yeah, to add on what Joost was saying, I hope that we, as airports, I feel that we can make a first step in lowering the costs. Mm-hmm. But if we do so, we need all the stakeholders, because we want to have that discount, so to say, to pass on to the passenger, of course. Mm-hmm. And we are not the only ones contributing to the costs. We have governments, we have air traffic control, we have several other elements adding to that cost of the ticket. And we need everybody to lower the costs in order to pass it through to the passenger. Mm. And I hope next year we are able to announce or implement at least lower and harmonized airport tariffs in order to pass it through to the passenger.
Thank you. Joost?
Yeah, well, the same thing, of course. For us, this topic is not new. We have been discussing this in our last Dcca meetings extensively, and we want to set a first step. But yeah, like Maarten said, if we are willing to decrease our PFCs to a harmonized lower tariff. But yeah, if at the same time if we lower something and airports or governments or tourism authorities will launch new tariffs again, then we feel our advantage, and in the end it ends up with even a higher ticket price. And that is not what we are aiming for. We want to lower the ticket prices in the end. We want to play our role. We are committed to that. I already included that in my long-term plan for the airport. And what I heard from Maarten and Johnny and Brian, that they have included that also. But it only makes sense if the other stakeholders will do also something. For example, except for when we talk about new charges, safety improvement charge or whatever charge, that the local citizens traveling between two islands needs to be exempted. Otherwise, it will not make sense. And if we create that collective will, then I think that the airports are ready to set the first step in the upcoming year.
Super, thanks. Johnny?
If I can, I would like to add a little bit to that, because it is a complicated matter. It is indeed a complicated matter. And there are other players also at stake that will say, okay, maybe we are the ones that will finance this. The larger airlines, for example, the intercontinental ones, the ones that operate, they will ask, okay, how are you financing this? You know, are you actually increasing our fees while you are lowering somebody else's to make sure that you are financing this? We have to come up also with a model that is fair, that doesn't, what can I say, put any one of the other operators into a disadvantage, let me use that word, to let's say, the inter-island traffic. Because we can't put one system in place that is disadvantageous for somebody else. So we have to come up with a model that will work and that will be accepted as a model that is fair for all. I don't have the answer to how to do that, but what I hope is that when we are reaching St. Martin next year, that we may have a concept that we could then present and discuss, or maybe even some alternatives to discuss with most of the airlines. Because this is a very, very sensitive, I come from the airline business myself, and I know how the airlines are reacting to every time there is a fee being put on someone, and how that will affect my business or the other one's business. And we have to be very much aware of those things. So this is not straightforward, but it's not supposed to be. This is a complicated matter. But I would like to raise that, and my hope is that we will have a concept or maybe a model that we can present in St. Martin next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. Brian?
Yeah, just in addition to what Johnny just said, you know, it's the initiative that makes the difference. I mean, just that we have 6 airports here, okay, 5 airports here, sitting with the goal to improve connectivity is a milestone. I mean, we're 2 years at this. I heard someone in the audience ask about electrification, but there are steps that we can do, initiatives we can do before. Let's say in the future, near future, things that we can grasp, all taxis need to be electrical vehicles. So, you know, it is not only going to come from us, it's going to come from all the stakeholders. And that is what's going to make the difference here. And eventually, of course, rates will be reduced if we get independence from fossil fuels, etc. But I think the big step here is that we come together and we put energy behind reaching these goals. I think that is the key start point here that we should all envision, you know.
Thank you. Megan?
Yeah. As Maarten and Johnny mentioned with the goal, of course, our ultimate goal is sustainability, but it's very long term. Primarily, it's affordability that we're focusing on right now. And as airports collectively moving forward with the JSP and holding our partners' hands, I think we can make this happen. Maybe not to present it at 2024, but at least we can conclude what we have to do in order to make it happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe, if I may, Peggy.
Just for this once.
All right, my last credits. I think the step towards sustainability then becomes smaller. Because in the end, we believe that sustainability or other ways to fly an aircraft are contributing to lowering the costs even further. So this is the midterm and long-term goal. And let's not forget about that recommendation from the task force to incentivize the sustainable flights. So there will be a second announcement next year, I hope, to promote and stimulate zero-emission flights from the 6 airports.
Super. Well, thank you. And I want to actually open it to the floor for some final comments. Because it's always, you think you have a lot of time, but once you get into the discussion, time does seem to fly. So I'd, rather than asking everyone, and just wanted to open the floor for final words of wisdom.
Well, our floor, or
floor,
yeah.
Well, I would, if I may, I would like to say to the way that I see it, it's of course maybe not right and so on, but I think we are kind of at the crossroads here. For something that we don't see, and maybe we don't really kind of are able to materialize, or I think we're at the crossroads here where we need to make some decisions about the future, which is related to sustainability. We are talking a lot about electrical aircraft and so on. I think that transition to electrical is also hybrid. I think there are other roads towards that sustainability. I think tomorrow will give us a little bit of insight into financing of aircrafts, what kind of technology is actually out there on the market, what kind of opportunities exist actually for us as a very interesting network of islands for the manufacturers of these new structures that is being introduced slowly into the market. But I think we're at the crossroads now where we really need to start deciding a few things. And that's why I'm really pleased of hosting, that we are hosting this conference and that Dcca has taken this initiative. Because yes, there are people and there are functions and there are stakeholders that disagree with what we are saying and disagree with our approach and says that this is not the right way, this is maybe different, and all and so on and so on. But it's important that we now have raised it and that we are talking about it, because that's the only way that we can find common ground where we can actually move forward. Because I believe that we should lead this if we have that possibility. If it's possible, we should really put the Dutch Caribbean on the map, the aviation, the global aviation map. Just as Jo said, that we can actually lead it if we are able and willing to do that. But we are at the crossroad right now, and some decisions needs to be taken. And I think that years that we have ahead of us now, the next 2, 3, 4 years, could be very important to be able to take that lead. So I think this initiative is incredibly important. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's part of the conference, because we're then starting to look into the manufacturers, like the financing of aircrafts and all that stuff, which is really key in this one, because that's a completely new area too, that we don't know so much about. Right. And that's why we all are here, to learn more, so we can actually share and find a way together. Super. Now I'm talking too much here, sorry.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Joost?
Yeah, well, last year in Aruba, we got the valid complaint that the airlines were not on board. So we opened the discussion without having had real conversation and discussions with the airlines, and that is what we took with us, I think, in the last year. And I'm very, very happy to see the airlines now here in the room, to even have a panel discussion with the airlines. So I'm very much interested in what I'm going to hear during that panel. But most of all, I would like to invite the airlines and also the DCAs to continue with us in making this all happen. Again, it is not an airport thing. We are discussing an ecosystem, and without the airlines and without the DCAs,
it is simply impossible to improve things. So you are looking at people with an open mind who want to collaborate and are open to embed also your points and discussion items into the plan. And that's why we said, and also Joanne was very clear while presenting the plan, that it is a fluid document. It will never come to an end. And along the road, we are very much open to embed all topics and address all issues that will be brought forward by the stakeholders, like the airlines and the DCAs. So an open communication, that is what we are preaching.
Super.
You know, I think, Johnny, you said something that really, you know, there's a lot of moving parts here, and it's a very complicated problem, you know, to go to the next level of making it affordable. We're very small airports. We're all airports below the 5 million mark in movements. Right next to St. Martin Airport, we have Puerto Rico Airport with 10 million, and their price numbers are way different than ours. You know, from Puerto Rico to JFK or even Miami, you have, you know, round trip tickets of $200, you know, something that we can't compete with. And even between our islands, we have volumes way below. Our biggest carrier, Waynair, our national carrier in St. Martin, handles around 250,000 passengers. So that scale of economy and price also plays an important factor. And yes, we want to reduce, we want to make it better for the public, especially for the lifeline, for instance, between Sabre and Statia, between St. Martin, and even between us. But we need to put all the cards on the table. And it's not an easy formula. That's why we're here. That's why we went to school. And we have to simplify it also in a formula that works and is sustainable. So a lot of work ahead of us. And there's a lot of data out there because Waynair, I say it again, I do have to applaud them. They've been out there for 30 years, you know, battling the market, and they're still alive today. So, sorry, I know.
60.
60 times 2. Yeah, so, you know, end of the day, it's still, we have to be realistic. We have dreams, and we will make it work. But again, it's like what the minister said in the opening statement. We need to start working together. Yeah.
Super. Megan?
First of all, I think Joost, as chairman, he took the initiative 2 years ago to bring us all together. And we have to bear in mind, it's not a plan of high hopes. We also have to deal with the reality. And like Brian and everyone else agrees, we have the GSP now, the preliminary draft. It's a very fluid document, but we actually have something that we can work along with as a first step into what we want to do. So yeah, it's...
But there was a reason everybody in his speech this morning talked about collaboration and the transition platform. That's why I'm so happy with the transition platform. We can, as a neutral body, we can work together, consult everybody, and work towards execution of the plan.
Yeah.
So we are very happy with the plan. Thank you, Joanne and Task Force. We will proceed with the transition platform and move forward. And yes, it's complicated, and we will have many hurdles to take, but we will get there. It's such an important opportunity for our communities. We cannot let it go.
Yeah.
We have to take it.
Yeah, I think we have to keep those keywords in mind: affordable, efficient, inter-island connectivity at the top.
Super. Well, thank you so much. I hope it's been informative to you, audience, and the CEOs will be here throughout the whole conference. Talk to each other, stimulate conversation, ask tough questions, and let's make it a very, very successful conference for each and every one. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Peggy.
Thank you, Peggy.
Okay.
Good. You too? Okay, I'm falling apart.
All right. Thank you to the CEOs of the Dutch Caribbean airports and also Peggy for serving as our moderator.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the most important part on the agenda. It's lunchtime, which will be served right out here, but you can get your food and come back to the tables where you will be also served by servers if needed for drinks, and also they will clean up afterwards. So feel free to stay here in the room with us, but we will continue with the schedule at 1 o'clock. So if you do leave the room, we will reconvene at 1 o'clock to continue with the program with a very interesting topic, testing hybrid aviation in the Dutch Caribbean. It will be presented by the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management of the Netherlands. Have a great lunch break.
Sa kita mi cas, pero a terra aqui não tá dimi e não tá pertencendo a nenhum gente, é tá de nos tour. That's what I love most about this island. It was made to be explored, discovered, encountered in its natural state. Here, the warmth of the sunshine is matched only by the warmth of the people. The soul of the island is protected by the souls on the island. In Bonaire, it's not about expanding, but more preserving both nature and ourselves. Lo cual kuta hasi Bonaire asina especial, no está solamente lo cual es ting, pero más importante, lo cual es no ting.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Man, there's nothing like a good vacation. This is paradise.
Can't wait to go to the beach tomorrow.
Yeah, I like the beach. But for me, vacation is exploring.
Whoa. Guys, what about the rush? The excitement? Vacation for me is speed. Wait. What about relaxation? Vacation for me is peace.
Hey. You wanna sleep? Sleep on this. Changa. This is how we vacation in Curacao, buddy.
Welcome to Aruba, a well-connected destination where happiness lives. Island of trade winds and award-winning beaches. Getting to Aruba is a breeze, as Aruba Airport receives an average of 32 flights a day from the United States, Canada, Latin America, Europe, and Dutch Caribbean. Flawless border processes include e-gates with facial recognition technology and self-scanning abilities upon arrival and departure, including a dedicated departure facility for travelers to the U.S., providing U.S. Customs and Border Protection services and global entry, ensuring smooth connections with various large hubs in the U.S. Prior to boarding, a variety of shops, restaurants, and bars await, while a VIP lounge provides private seating and tailored services. As the first Green Globe certified airport in the world, we embrace new technologies and support operations that are geared to minimalizing the environmental impact, while our staff extends Aruba's warm hospitality with friendly service and authentic experiences. Aruba Airport is currently executing its Gateway 2030 project, involving terminal expansions, facility upgrades, and the introduction of new baggage handling technologies. We're ready for the future, and we look forward to welcoming you to Aruba Airport, the key to your happy place.
Sakit a mi casa, pero estar aquí no ta dimi e no ta pertenecen a ningún gente, eta di nostur. That's what I love most about this island. It was made to be explored, discovered, encountered in its natural state. Here, the warmth of the sunshine is matched only by the warmth of the people. The soul of the island is protected by the souls on the island. In Bonaire, it's not about expanding, but more preserving both nature and ourselves. Lo cual kutaha si Bonaire asina especial, no ta solamente lo cual ko eting, pero más importante, lo cual ko enoting.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Man, there's nothing like a good vacation. This is paradise. Can't wait to go to the beach tomorrow. Yeah, I like the beach. But for me, vacation is exploring. Whoa, 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 whoa. Guys, what about the rush? The excitement? Vacation for me is speed. Wait. What about relaxation? Vacation for me is peace.
Hey. You wanna sleep? Sleep on this. Changa. This is how we vacation in Curacao, buddy.
Welcome to Aruba, a well-connected destination where happiness lives. Island of trade winds and award-winning beaches. Getting to Aruba is a breeze, as Aruba Airport receives an average of 32 flights a day from the United States, Canada, Latin America, Europe, and Dutch Caribbean. Flawless border processes include e-gates with facial recognition technology and self-scanning abilities upon arrival and departure, including a dedicated departure facility for travelers to the U.S., providing U.S. Customs and Border Protection services and global entry, ensuring smooth connections with various large hubs in the U.S. Prior to boarding, a variety of shops, restaurants, and bars await, while a VIP lounge provides private seating and tailored services. As the first Green Globe certified airport in the world, we embrace new technologies and support operations that are geared to minimalizing the environmental impact, while our staff extends Aruba's warm hospitality with friendly service and authentic experiences. Aruba Airport is currently executing its Gateway 2030 project, involving terminal expansions, facility upgrades, and the introduction of new baggage handling technologies. We're ready for the future, and we look forward to welcoming you to Aruba Airport, the key to your happy place.
Sakit a mi casa, pero estar aquí no te dimi y no te pertenece a ningún gente, está di nostur. That's what I love most about this island. It was made to be explored, discovered, encountered in its natural state. Here, the warmth of the sunshine is matched only by the warmth of the people. The soul of the island is protected by the souls on the island. In Bonaire, it's not about expanding, but more preserving both nature and ourselves. Lo cual kuta si Bonaire asina especial, no ta solamente lo cual ku etin, pero más importante, lo cual ku enotin.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Man, there's nothing like a good vacation. This is paradise.
Can't wait to go to the beach tomorrow.
Yeah, I like the beach. But for me, vacation is exploring.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Guys, what about the rush? The excitement? Vacation for me is speed. Wait. What about relaxation? Vacation for me is peace.
Hey. You wanna sleep? Sleep on this. Changa. This is how we vacation in Curacao, buddy.
Welcome to Aruba, a well-connected destination where happiness lives. Island of trade winds and award-winning beaches. Getting to Aruba is a breeze, as Aruba Airport receives an average of 32 flights a day from the United States, Canada, Latin America, Europe, and Dutch Caribbean. Flawless border processes include e-gates with facial recognition technology and self-scanning abilities upon arrival and departure, including a dedicated departure facility for travelers to the U.S., providing U.S. Customs and Border Protection services and global entry, ensuring smooth connections with various large hubs in the U.S. Prior to boarding, a variety of shops, restaurants, and bars await, while a VIP lounge provides private seating and tailored services. As the first Green Globe certified airport in the world, we embrace new technologies and support operations that are geared to minimalizing the environmental impact, while our staff extends Aruba's warm hospitality with friendly service and authentic experiences. Aruba Airport is currently executing its Gateway 2030 project, involving terminal expansions, facility upgrades, and the introduction of new baggage handling technologies. We're ready for the future, and we look forward to welcoming you to Aruba Airport, the key to your happy place.
Sakit a mi casa, pero estar aquí no te dimi y no te pertenece a ningún gente, está de nostur. That's what I love most about this island. It was made to be explored, discovered, encountered in its natural state. Here, the warmth of the sunshine is matched only by the warmth of the people. The soul of the island is protected by the souls on the island. In Bonaire, it's not about expanding, but more preserving both nature and ourselves. Lo cual kuta si Bonaire asina especial, no ta solamente lo cual ku etin, pero más importante, lo cual ku enotin.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Man, there's nothing like a good vacation. This is paradise. Can't wait to go to the beach tomorrow. Yeah, I like the beach. But for me, vacation is exploring.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Guys, what about the rush? The excitement? Vacation for me is speed. Wait. What about relaxation? Vacation for me is peace.
Hey. You wanna sleep? Sleep on this. Changa. This is how we vacation in Curacao, man.
Welcome to Aruba, a well-connected destination where happiness lives. Island of trade winds and award-winning beaches. Getting to Aruba is a breeze, as Aruba Airport receives an average of 32 flights a day from the United States, Canada, Latin America, Europe, and Dutch Caribbean. Flawless border processes include e-gates with facial recognition technology and self-scanning abilities upon arrival and departure, including a dedicated departure facility for travelers to the U.S., providing U.S. Customs and Border Protection services and global entry, ensuring smooth connections with various large hubs in the U.S. Prior to boarding, a variety of shops, restaurants, and bars await, while a VIP lounge provides private seating and tailored services. As the first Green Globe certified airport in the world, we embrace new technologies and support operations that are geared to minimalizing the environmental impact, while our staff extends Aruba's warm hospitality with friendly service and authentic experiences. Aruba Airport is currently executing its Gateway 2030 project, involving terminal expansions, facility upgrades, and the introduction of new baggage handling technologies. We're ready for the future, and we look forward to welcoming you to Aruba Airport, the key to your happy place.
Sakit a mi casa, pero estar aquí no te dimi y no te pertenece a ningún gente, está de nostur. That's what I love most about this island. It was made to be explored, discovered, encountered in its natural state. Here, the warmth of the sunshine is matched only by the warmth of the people. The soul of the island is protected by the souls on the island. In Bonaire, it's not about expanding, but more preserving both nature and ourselves. Lo cual kuta hasi Bonaire asina especial, no está solamente lo cual ku etin, pero más importante, lo cual ku enotin.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Man, there's nothing like a good vacation. This is paradise.
Can't wait to go to the beach tomorrow.
Yeah, I like the beach. But for me, vacation is exploring.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Guys, what about the rush? The excitement? Vacation for me is speed. Wait. What about relaxation? Vacation for me is peace.
Hey. You wanna sleep? Sleep on this. Changa. This is how we vacation in Curacao, buddy.
Welcome to Aruba, a well-connected destination where happiness lives. Island of trade winds and award-winning beaches. Getting to Aruba is a breeze, as Aruba Airport receives an average of 32 flights a day from the United States, Canada, Latin America, Europe, and Dutch Caribbean. Flawless border processes include e-gates with facial recognition technology and self-scanning abilities upon arrival and departure, including a dedicated departure facility for travelers to the U.S., providing U.S. Customs and Border Protection services and global entry, ensuring smooth connections with various large hubs in the U.S. Prior to boarding, a variety of shops, restaurants, and bars await, while a VIP lounge provides private seating and tailored services. As the first Green Globe certified airport in the world, we embrace new technologies and support operations that are geared to minimalizing the environmental impact, while our staff extends Aruba's warm hospitality with friendly service and authentic experiences. Aruba Airport is currently executing its Gateway 2030 project, involving terminal expansions, facility upgrades, and the introduction of new baggage handling technologies. We're ready for the future, and we look forward to welcoming you to Aruba Airport, the key to your happy place.
Sa kita mi casa, pero eter aqui não tá dimi e não tá pertencendo a nenhum gente, eta di nostur. That's what I love most about this island. It was made to be explored, discovered, encountered in its natural state. Here, the warmth of the sunshine is matched only by the warmth of the people. The soul of the island is protected by the souls on the island. In Bonaire, it's not about expanding, but more preserving both nature and ourselves. Lo cual kutaha si Bonaire asina especial, no está solamente lo cual ku eting, pero más importante, lo cual ku en noting.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Man, there's nothing like a good vacation. This is paradise. Can't wait to go to the beach tomorrow. Yeah, I like the beach. But for me, vacation is exploring.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Guys, what about the rush? The excitement? Vacation for me is speed. Wait. What about relaxation? Vacation for me is peace.
Hey. You wanna sleep? Sleep on this. Changa. This is how we vacation in Curacao, buddy.
Peace out. Again.
The CEOs will remain seated at their table, but we will now take questions from the room for the CEOs of the Dutch Caribbean airports. So there are mics floating around. If you have a question, just raise your hand, just maybe say for which CEO your question is, and they will answer. All right? So anybody who had a question for a CEO right after the panel discussion? Anybody? Yes, we have a question all the way in the back. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Gerben Broekema. I'm very much involved in the introduction of electric regional air mobility in the Netherlands. I have a question to all of you, but basically to Joost specifically. So I understand that the whole issue of reducing the PFCs and harmonizing the PFCs is a key priority for you. At the same time, we know that for the operators, the decision to think about moving to hybrid electric or battery electric aircraft very much depends on the business case. Airport charges are a very important element in the business case and something that you can control. In Eindhoven Airport, your former employer, they made a decision to already announce today there is no charges for electric aircraft. What prevents you from making such a similar statement already today?
So we can announce it today. So it is on our action plan to do that. So there's nothing is in the way of announcing that. And if it's about hybrid aircraft or electric aircraft of zero emission in general, also hydrogen maybe, we can easily say that that we want to. It is part of the plan, by the way, presented by Joanne. It was a clear statement that for this kind of aircraft, we are very much willing to think about an incentive. And if you want to hear it today, you will hear it today. All right?
All right. Next question? Yes, right here in the front. The microphone is coming to you, sir.
Hi, Anthony Yanga. I have a question for all the CEOs. I want to hear from each one of them what are they doing on their airport to improve safety actually?
Thank you, Anthony. That's a very important question. Safety is always first. So safety is never a finished thing. We are continuously working on it. Every airport has its safety management system with all the actors involved, and this is continuing business. On the topic of combining new innovations with safety, still safety is first. So in order to implement new ways of flying, we will consult and talk with all the regulators, but also safety organizations, fire brigades. Procedures must be in place before we start flying. So I hope this is an answer to your question. Thank you.
Do one of the other CEOs want to answer?
All six? One more?
Well, you know, officially we are havenmeesters. So not only the safety of the airport itself, but also the safety of country is our responsibility. But of course, the aspect of the passenger safety, it's one of our key responsibilities. And if we failed on that, I mean, you know, that is also one of the reasons why our airports are the way they are. We have safe airports and we have safe airlines. And that's why they keep flying to the Dutch Caribbean. You know? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions
John?
from the room? Or one more answer?
Thank you, Anthony. For me, safety is a hygiene factor. You should not even think as a passenger that there is an issue related to the safety part. And this is kind of the way that we are approaching the safety part when it comes to the airport. It is a constant evolving, developing process of constantly improving our safety. And we are being audited by the regulator. We are being audited by the airlines. We are audited by the civil aviation, FAA in the United States. You know, there are so many processes going on. So this is a constant, and I repeat, constant cycle that repeats and repeats and repeats to make sure that we deliver the safety that everybody is expecting from us, because this is a hygiene factor. It must just work. Nobody can question the safety of our airports. If they do, we have a serious, serious issue. I think that's what I would like to say about that one. Yeah, thank you.
And to add on, we have created an internal audit program between the airports in the Dutch Caribbean. So, for example, it was not that long ago that Aruba Airport was audited by a team from the other islands, safety managers from the other islands. We will be discussing tomorrow an audit in Seba, done by colleagues from the other airports at the other islands. So yeah, we will be, of course, as always, audited by external institutes, but we are also auditing ourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other questions? We have a few minutes left. Yes, we have one here in the back, the gentleman in the black jacket.
Yes, this is for all the CEOs of the airports. Wesley Elbarracin from Antilles Aerospace. My question is, you guys are planning to move to a more sustainable way of flying, for example, electricity or a hybrid. What are the plans or arrangements made with local electricity companies, for example, to lower the fees? Because if you're gonna charge 10 aircrafts a day, the wattage used by the aircraft is high. But if the local company does not have a safe way of making energy, we are lowering the cost of fuel, but we're using that saved money in paying the electricity bill. So a question for one of the CEOs who wants to respond.
Thank you.
Hi, it's me again. Great question. And I think Joanne, with the Joint Strategic Plan, already mentioned that this is one of the many hurdles we have to take. I think every situation on every island is different, so we have to have a tailor-made solution for every island, and we have to work together with the utility companies in order to have the infrastructure ready. And that could be that an airport is producing part of the energy itself. It could be that there is energy storage at an airport, but this can actually be a win-win between an airport and a utility company, because if we work together and create the infrastructure of the future, not only aviation can benefit from it, but also the island itself can benefit. So I see an extra opportunity instead of a hurdle.
Thank you. One last question from our participants, our audience. No? All right, thank you everybody, and thank you as well to the CEOs for this impromptu Q&A. Our next presenter is Senior Policy Officer on Sustainable Aviation at the Dutch Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management, Veronique Kistemaker de Waard, and the results of the study titled Testing Hybrid Aviation in the Dutch Caribbean, the Impact on Business. And she will also be available for questions after her presentation. Please give a hand to Veronique Kistemaker de Waard. Je wilt het zo hebben, toch? Of hier? Nee? 1 second as we get the clicker. Oh, here it comes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Veronique Kistemaker. I'm very happy to be here on this stage today to present you the results of the Ampere project we initiated. Well, as I said, I work for the Dutch Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management, and right. I will start with a short introduction about myself and about the intentions of the Dutch Ministry, and I will talk a little bit through the innovation strategy. It's already announced by Brigitte, but it's an important policy document for us. Oh, okay, that's okay. Thank you. And after that innovation strategy, I will go over to present you the results of the study of Ampere. So I'm a senior policy officer for the Division of Sustainable Aviation. I specifically am part of the team Knowledge and Innovation, and that means my focus is on the innovation, the new propulsion technologies, like flying on hydrogen, hybrid electric flying, fully electric flying, and as I said, I'm a co-writer of the innovation strategy, especially the part of the aircraft. I will tell you a little bit more about the innovation strategy. The origin of our innovation strategy is already in the Civil Aviation Policy Memorandum. And I think most of you know the policy memorandum as the Luchtvaartnota. That's a very important policy document for us because it remarked a very important shift in focus. We used to focus on the growth of aviation mainly. But nowadays, we have to care about other public goals, the livability, the connectivity, and of course sustainability, and safety, always priority number one. So going to the next slide, sustainability and connectivity are very well connected to each other. Especially here on the islands, the connectivity between the islands is very important, not only for aviation, but also for other policy areas. The economy, healthcare, education, and besides from a ferry on the 3S Islands, there's not a real alternative to travel between the islands. There are no train connections, there's no bridge over the water, so air connection is the only way around. If you fly sustainable with the new propulsion technologies, you can lower the ticket prices because you need less maintenance costs. And you finally improve the connectivity between the islands. And you all know that the best islands are special parts of the Netherlands, so we also signed the MOU last year to explore and implement the sustainable, efficient and affordable flights between the islands. But we cannot do that without radical innovations. They are really needed to make it happen. So once again, why an innovation strategy? Because the public challenges, the public goals, really require a radical acceleration of the innovations. And we have a very strong aviation sector. But to really make it happen, we as a central government need to provide a direction, a clear direction, and give a certainty towards the sector. We divided our innovation strategy into 4 innovation areas. You have the innovations on the aircraft, of course. That's my responsibility, mainly. We have the sustainable energy carriers. A lot of innovations are in that innovation area. We have the airspace and the airspace design, the airport, the environment of the airport. So as I said, my focus is mainly on the innovations on the aircraft. And before we published our innovation strategy, we did a lot of underlying research because there are lots of innovations on the aircraft. You can think about innovations within the cabin, or you can make the engines of an aircraft more efficient. But the most radical innovations, the new propulsion technologies, those are the most promising technologies to make aviation more sustainable. And as you can see here on this visual, it's from our innovation strategy, you can see the new planes with the new propulsion technologies. They really look like conventional aircraft, I think, but this is a plane on hydrogen, and there's another fully electric plane between the islands, for example. So, because radical innovations are needed, we set a goal from us as the central government. We want to fly without CO2 emissions. And those aircraft also emit as little particulate matter, nitrogen and noise as possible. We want to achieve that in 2030 already. We want to fly commercially with a 9-seater. In 2040, we want to fly commercially with a 40-seater. And that's probably on hydrogen. We don't know yet. And in 2050, we want to renew all flights up to 500 kilometers. We did some more research, specifically here on the islands. That last goal will be achievable already in 2035. But if we want to achieve that together with all of you, we have to take some action. In our innovation strategy, we also did some stakeholder sessions and analysis to define the best role for us as a government. And it turned out that there's a need for an initiating government. Well, the definition is that the government takes the initiative, that we participate with the sector, and that we translate political ambitions into performances. And we took some initiative already, so I'm going to tell you later about the study results of Ampere. But first, we see a high potential here on the islands for sustainable flying. It's already mentioned, but the weather conditions are perfect to generate sustainable energy. And also the distances between the islands are short enough to do that with a hybrid or fully electric plane. And important, there seems to be a market for it. There's such a high demand for tickets. So there's a high potential. And given the fact that we can make a big impact here, we initiated the Ampere project. We commissioned Ampere with to assess all the requirements needed to conduct pilot operations here between the islands. And they did. Ampere is a US-based company, and they are the you all know Ampere, I think, but they are the specialists in retrofitting conventional aircraft into hybrid electric aircraft. They are at the moment the industry leaders. So they are expected to be the first to enter the commercial market within this segment. And they also have already some experience. They are flying with the flying test bed since 2019. So the project we initiated, I first want to mention we focused on the ABC Islands. And that's not because we wanted to exclude the 3S Islands, but it's just because we needed a little bit of a focus. So you have to start somewhere. And in this case, this was the ABC Islands. We divided the project into 3 phases. Phase 1 is the planning phase. Phase 2 is the pilot operation phase. And phase 3 is the commercial scale-up. We are now in phase 1. We are about to close phase 1 with the final report, conducting all the findings so far. And we didn't want to do only the pilot operations just to do the pilot operations. We want to make a long-lasting impact here on the islands. So we wanted Ampere to assess the whole ecosystem. So they assessed, they did a route analysis to assess all the cost benefits and the emission effects. They assessed the current infrastructure on the airports. They made some recommendations for the near future. They assessed what's needed to transport an aircraft from California to the ABC Islands. They made a plan for maintenance and servicing, and also for training and education to involve the local education, the maintenance schools. And they did a very good job to make clear what the regulatory framework is. And I can tell you it's quite complex. So I'll start with the route analysis. Ampere made a direct operating cost model with a lot of different inputs, like the distance between the islands, fuel use, the altitude during the cruise, maintenance costs. They used open source data like flight radar, but they also used the local the information from the local airlines to gather the route-specific details. And secondly, there are other things I need to mention. It depends on the settings of the aircraft, what the outcome of the analysis are. You can choose as a pilot to fly on maximum engine power, but you can also recharge the battery during cruise phase of the flight. You can also choose to fly on a more eco-friendly setting, but this analysis is based on the scenario where the aircraft recharges during the cruise phase of the flight. So here you can see the different, the DOC savings on the different routes. The different colors just show the different routes between the islands. And you can see there are savings between 18.7 and 31.1%. That's quite promising, I think. Here in the next slide, you can see the fuel use. The green bar shows the fuel use of a hybrid aircraft. The orange bar is a conventional aircraft. So you can see a hybrid aircraft use much less fuel than a conventional aircraft, and you can save a lot of money with that. And then from my sustainability perspective, this is also very promising. When you fly with a hybrid caravan, you can see the emissions reduce between 40 and 51%. And then you're flying on Jet A. If you fly on SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuels, then that percentage will be around 90%. So that really makes sense. So the conclusion from the route analysis is that there are significant results, and you can reduce the cost, you can reduce the emissions, while you improve the connectivity between the islands. But then, Ampere also assessed the infrastructure currently at the airport, and they made a minimum list of requirements on the airports. And I'm not going through this list because I don't know the difference between all those plugins. I don't have a technical background, so if you have any questions about the list, please, Ampere's here in the conference room. So Susan and Sandy, they're happy to answer all your questions about it. But the main conclusion is that there's not much needed to conduct the pilot operations. Ampere visited the airports and they gathered information from interviews and questionnaires. Every airport has its own challenges and opportunities, of course, and Ampere made a lot of clear recommendations. I will not tell the recommendations here on this stage, but they will be found in the final report, of course. The conclusion is, for phase 2, the pilot operations, it can really happen at the moment already. The infrastructure at the airport is sufficient, or at least there are plans to make it sufficient in the near future. So then the aircraft transportation logistic. That was the most surprising part for me. I don't have an aviation background, so I never realized it's such a complex process to transport an aircraft from place A to place B. You need to take so much considerations into account. Ampere made a very clear analysis with the pros and the cons of the different routes. And there are multiple flight routes. You can fly with the caravan, and you have to stop over in different countries. There are also container shipping options. So I don't want you to read the whole table at the moment. That's too much information. But as you can see, you need to consider a lot of things. You need certificates of the different countries when you're flying. It takes a long time. Flying, not that much. But when you're shipping an aircraft, then you need to take into account 2 to 3 months. And then there are also security risks. And when you're flying, you are dependent of the weather conditions, and also the cost. The costs of both options are pretty comparable, but they are high, and I don't know the exact amount, but I think it's around $100,000 to transport the aircraft. So there's another option, and I think we prefer that option a little bit, but you can hire a specialized company with help to help with the documents and all the different rules in different countries. And then you're also flying, so you build more expertise on flying with a new technology. So what's more needed? It's very practical, but you need crew, of course, for pilot operations. You need a pilot, you need some maintenance specialists, battery specialists. You need to perform inspections on the aircraft before the flight, after every flight, every day, every week. And the aircraft needs maintenance, of course, repairs. You have to fuel the aircraft. You have to wash the aircraft. So it really requires an investment to develop new maintenance and training materials. And you have to take into account the island-specific conditions, because the corrosion rate is so high here on the islands. You probably need to wash the aircraft more often than you normally do. So Ampere made a very clear training and education plan. We asked for 2 objectives, because we want to bring specialized knowledge into the islands for the pilot operations and probably also for the commercial scale-up, because you need specialists for those types of propulsion technologies. But bringing such a high-tech industry to the islands, it gives a lot of new opportunities for young people who want to work in a high-tech sector like this. It creates probably a lot of new jobs. And not only for the aviation in general, but you also need marketing people, for example, or policymakers like me. But Ampere made a plan, and I will start with the maintenance training. As I said, there's a need for specific training materials, and there are specialized companies already, like the AMTS school at Bonaire. They are really willing to help with developing those materials. Ampere works together with the KLM MRO part, so there are lots of opportunities for this. But you also need the training on the airports to make new safety procedures, for example. You need to involve the firefighters, and well, new things need to be developed, and new investments are really needed on this. But there's a high potential to make it happen. So then the broader education. Ampere generated a lot of very good ideas to bring broader education to the islands. We can work together with different university, secondary schools. You can organize student-led projects, for example, for extra studies on the noise of a hybrid electric plane, for extra studies on the infrastructure, renewable energy. You can also organize student competitions, for example. I know the Technical University in Delft organizes this very regularly, probably international competitions. This might be very, very promising to get the islands on the world map, be the first in this sector. It's amazing. Well, we can also organize, for example, lecture series on hybrid electric flying. So, and then the regulatory framework, as I said, this is quite complex. And this has to do with the fact that Aruba and Curacao are independent countries, and Bonaire is part of the Netherlands. And Ampere did a really great job to get this table ready, but we need to work on this in the next couple of months, because for Bonaire it's very complex to find out which regulations are applicable on this specific case for commercial scale-up. But the conclusion for now, for pilot operations, is that it's already possible. There are no legal obstacles to overcome. We can fly. However, for the commercial scale-up, it's a little bit more complex because it's not clear yet which regulation is applicable. It might be European, might be regulations under ICAO. So we have to work on that. And I can say from the Dutch ministry that we are going to work on that in the next couple of months to find it out and make it clear. So the main conclusions of this study are that it's really promising. The cost effects are promising. The infrastructure is ready. There are very good ideas to develop the skills. It can happen. So I think all those information is very important to take into account when finalizing the joint strategic plan. However, we all know that getting into a phase 2, it also needs financial investments. And that's quite difficult. As I said, it's already mentioned before, we are going to work on the preconditions to make it really happen. And if there are questions for now, you can ask. And Ampere is already in this room, so if you have the more technical questions, please. Ampere, Susan, and Sandy, they are willing to help. And I really hope that today, with all this information, we are all together here, the whole ecosystem. So the plans are here, it's clear. How are we going to make the next step? So thank you all for your attention. And, yes.
All right, so as Veronique mentioned, the floor is yours. We already have a question here in the back. Go ahead, sir. The mic is coming. All the way in the back. Yes. No. One sec, because we can't hear you. It's coming. Yes.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation, Veronique. As you have shown, there's a lot of things that need to be taken care of that requires investment cost. Now, when you look at sort of what are the feasibilities from the ministry to support that, what can you say about that, and how does that relate? For example, in the Netherlands, the ministry is giving 5 to 6 million of subsidy for the new night train service from Amsterdam to Vienna, departing once a week. It's a very sort of old-fashioned way of traveling. If that's 5 or 6 million available for such a technology, can the same amount be made available for this project?
Sorry, the same amount of what?
So there's 5 to 6 million of subsidy made available from the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Environment, Water Management, for the night train from Amsterdam to Vienna, departing once a week. Is the same amount of money, would that be made available for this project? For that is something more forward-oriented.
I'm not going into the details of the amount of money, but I can tell you this is not a million investment or something.
I think what he means is if the Dutch government put money available on such a sustainability initiative with the trains running from one city to the next, if that will be available for aviation as well.
Exactly.
I'm looking at my colleagues from the Dutch ministry because it's already mentioned we cannot commit to any financial...
Can we have a microphone here in the front? Yes, go ahead.
Well, it is a difficult question. No, I agree with Veronique. The difference is that the train is in the Netherlands itself, and here we are speaking about independent states. So we cannot do that in Curaçao, Aruba, or St. Martin. We are looking at possibilities to subsidize for the BES Islands, But it's up to the governments. So each of the government has to make its own decision what they can subsidize. And yes, we are subsidizing sustainable aviation, but we have to look very carefully where we do it, what is allowed, what is not allowed, what is state aid, what is no state aid. So it's easier said than done.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Right here in the front.
Where do you believe that the SAF is going to come from?
The SAF?
Aye. How are you going to get it here? And who's going to
No,
pay
it's not yet available here, and I think
I know,
if
but
you
how are
use
you
the
going
SAF
to get it here?
There's no plan on how.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, right here from the CEO table.
Hi, my name is Hans. I'm the CEO of Winnair. So you showed interesting reduction in cost, in DOC costs, which of course as an airline I'm very interested in. But do you also have a picture about the total cost? So also the lease cost, but it may be even more important, an aircraft needs to fly. So we fly an aircraft, turn around in 15 minutes and fly back. Is this project, the project aircraft, is it capable of doing that?
I'm looking at Susan. Susan can answer your question.
Thank you for that great question. Yes, it's the total operating cost that's the important thing. And so that's why the hybrid has such potential. Why do I say that? Because when we did another trial over in Scotland for the Highland and Island areas, what we found out was that they do not charge every time when they stop. So they only charge in certain areas. So that's why with hybrid, you have the option to do the in-flight charging. In fact, if you do the in-flight charging, you don't get as much of efficiency as you do charging on the ground because you're using more clean energy when you charge on the ground. But if you charge in flight, you're actually still burning fossil fuel. So there are these options that you can play with the hybrid electric, not with the all electric. So we need to work with the operators such as yourself or with other operators so that we can really better understand how to calculate this total operating. Because depending on your routes, you may just stop for 5 to 10 minutes, such as in Scotland's case, and then you just fly on. So that cost will be different than you stop and charge. So we'd love to work with you on that one.
All right, we have one more question here in the back.
Hi, thank you. It's Christine here from NACO. I just want to add on this. I think it's important also to see when you presented the infrastructure requirements that these are for this test flight with a hybrid aircraft, and therefore you don't need that much more infrastructure installments and facilities that you have already. But in the studies we did for full electric aircraft with turnaround time of 15 to 30 minutes, you see that the peak power requirements are huge, that you need much more infrastructure, electrical infrastructure upgrade, a very robust grid, and there a lot more investment for the airports come in play. So I think it's great to see that for this first step and with a hybrid aircraft and for testing, that we can do that already with a little bit, very little investment and very little adaptation to the infrastructure. But I think it's really important to mention that for this next step, this commercializing, that you also mentioned, Veronique, there's still a big gap to fill.
Thank you. Do we have more questions from our audience for Veronique? Going once? No?
I think I have a question for you, for the conference room. Because I'm wondering, what do you think about the results and what do you think is the next step? I mean, you already mentioned the transition platform, but what's the first step the transition platform needs to take?
CEO table?
Talk to airlines. No, I'm serious.
Yes.
Talk to airlines. Because, and I will be on stage later on, I hear some hallucinating things today, which in the long future, no, really, in the long future, I'm sure we will get there. But compared to current reality, talk to airlines.
We're going to do that tomorrow, right?
Do any of the gentlemen at the airline table care to answer or have a question? No? You were clapping. Any other questions or remarks? This is why you're here, right? To have these types of questions and discussions. So now is the moment to do so. No? Yes. We have one here and one here. Go ahead, ma'am. And then the gentleman.
Yeah, I think we're at a very unique spot in history here. You know, like this morning, I think Johnny talked about a crossroad. Because, you know, with the climate warming and all that, we really need to do something. But we need to do this something thoughtfully and not just march right into the distant future, because you got to do the first step. And the first step was something like hybrid, which is mild. It's not like, you know, launching into a 900 kilowatt charging or something like that. It's already there. And we can get there by doing it and learning it fast, you know, rather than trying to shoot for the stars so far away that you're not learning in this progress. And so I think we have an opportunity here to take the lead for the whole world, because this is an ideal situation to learn by doing and working with the operators in doing this and the whole stakeholders, the whole ecosystem. And so, for example, one thing in setting up all the infrastructure is that we can take the lead in the world in setting up the standards. For example, right now, the automotive companies have been around for like a whole decade. And just this last 2 months ago, they agreed on the standards using Tesla standards for charging. Heck, we could set the standards, you know, 3 islands, 6 islands, all together here, and the rest of the world will follow. And we're setting this for the aerospace standards. So.
Thanks, Susan. Totally agree with you, of course. But we cannot do that alone. So I really hope that we can do that together with all of you.
The gentleman in the front.
Good afternoon. My name is Jan Bos. I'm from the Netherlands Aerospace Center, and I can actually only adhere to what Susan says. 2 years ago, one year ago, we were at Aruba with our Pipistrel electric aircraft. And everybody thought, oh, this is a new thing, and nothing will come out of it. But now there's a Dutch flight school operating at 5 or 6 of these electric aircraft. So yes, it is innovation and research and development that will drive the future. So this is exactly the moment where we are. We are stepping the stepping stones towards the future for future commercial operation. And we will definitely get there, but we first have to make these first small steps.
Thank you. All right, if that is all from our audience with Veronique's presentation, thank you very much. A round of applause for her. And now we're up to another interesting group conversation, this time with the regulators as the central topic. Please welcome on stage the member of the management team of the Directorate for Civil Aviation of the Dutch Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. We have with us Marianne van Giezen, and the Director General of the Curaçao Civil Aviation Authority, Peter Steinmetz. And the moderator for this segment, Ton Jansen from ICASUS. And please note that after their session, there is also an opportunity for questions.
Where do you want us to sit?
Waar wil je ons hebben? The stage is yours. I would say sit closer to the moderator as possible.
Okay, well.
Yes.
Does this work? Good?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Regulation.
Do you need this?
What's that? No, I think
No?
it worked. No, no.
Can you sit?
I don't know if I've got a clicker. Does it work? We're in conversation. Yeah, maybe I can use it. Oh, watch out, I don't fall down. So, regulation. Regulation is a very important part of the aviation system. The aviation system consists of three major parties. That's the regulators, civil aviation. That's the airlines, the operators, and you have the facilitators, in this case, the Dcca. And together, they form the core of the aviation system. And one thing of the Netherlands is that we had a very strong aviation system after the 40s. And what we did, together with KLM, together with Schiphol, and together with the regulator, the Netherlands, we went into the world, had all the bilaterals, and we got the 5th freedom rights. And this was the strength why Schiphol is as big as it is, and KLM is as big as it is. But it is all about collaboration, and this is very important. So I see here, yeah, this is something. The regulator comes from somewhere, and it has to do with public law. What I want to have your thoughts about, pick a year, pick a city, and what was the first public air law achievement of aviation? And I will give you an anecdote to remember that. You have a year? You have a city? It was the Paris Convention in 1919. And that was on the end of the First World War. And it was a special convention. It was signed in only 2 days because all nations agreed that the absolute sovereignty of the airspace over a nation belongs to a country. It's very important to understand that. And why was that? Because in the First World War, you had the French and you had the Germans, and they had these hot air balloons on the end, and they were with scouts checking the enemy positions. So this was the background, the story to remember this, the first public air law. And now for the second most important part. Pick a year, pick a city. 1944, but if you had 47, I would agree as well, because it took 3 years, still sufficient nations signed up to it. And this was after the Second World War, when we shaped the form of all the bilaterals. It was the signage of the traffic rights, the freedoms of the air. And this is where I came before, that the Netherlands signed up all these traffic lights and all these bilaterals, and this was a very important point. So this is where we come from, and I welcome Marianne and Peter, because you are the regulators of this, of Curaçao and the Netherlands, of Caribbean Netherlands. We miss Edwin Kelly. He's still recovering from a sick bed, but he's on the live stream, so I hope if he has some questions, because I had some questions for him, he can give that. Do I need to click? Oh. This goes, how do I go forward? Okay, well, is it there? Or? Well, let's go into discussion, because that's, I think, what we want to do. We're talking about affordability, we talk about sustainability, we talk about efficient aviation. And as we just learned, there is some studies of Ampere, and what you see is electric aircraft flying here around. Electric aircraft, what does that have to do with the safety of regulations? Could you express a little bit about the role of safety and regulations, Peter?
Well, good afternoon to everybody. I hope you can hear me. Hi Tom, how are you doing? I feel a little bit abandoned, actually.
I can understand.
I think my colleagues left me alone on this subject, where we have to put some realism into the discussion. So, yeah. Thank you very much, Louis. Thank you very much, Andy, Edwin. Where are you? So let me do it, whatever I can do. Safety, of course, is part of our mandate. It's our most important pillar of the authority. Having said that, not only safety is important, connectivity is also important. So these are the two, that's the environment and we have to work with. And they come together in this subject, in this very subject. Safety is not only with regard to airlines. I think you mentioned already the Trinity, which we know from Holland before, but obviously safety has to do with all providers, be it maintenance, airports, air traffic control, etc. So that's our total scope. That's where it starts. And you heard Johnny say how important safety is. We help him looking into safety, and that applies actually to every party in this business. We try to do that very well. It's a common fact that we have constraints in our resources and that things have not been optimal in the past. We're working hard to repair that. But that's what we are doing. We are helping the industry, keeping a safe mind, keeping safety between the ears. That's most important. And sometimes when money is scarce, we have to take care that safety stays the first priority. And that's where we are for, to help others helping.
Yeah, and do you see any special elements for electric aircraft regarding to the regulation and safety perspective?
Well, actually, no. Our operations regulations don't cater for the electric aircraft at the moment, obviously. But I'm sure they will. We take our regulations from the FAA, the example being the MCAR, the model regulations. They get adapted every year, basically. So there are versions every year, and they will take them in, and we will follow them and adopt them for the local circumstances. So it's a matter of time, just.
Yeah. And maybe one extra question because of the region. What we see in the Dutch Caribbean, that you have mainly the Britain Norman, the Islander, and you have the Twin Otter. These are dual-engine aircraft. That's for a specific reason. The Empire, however, has a single engine. I can remember from the time Wim Hesseling from Statia wanted to start with a Cessna, that there were a lot of obstructions by the regulators because of the safety issues.
I wouldn't say obstructions, there are restrictions.
Restrictions,
and
extra
they are
restrictions.
typically with regard to the pilot and the experience that person has. In principle, single aircraft cannot be flying at night, for instance. However, there are exceptions depending on the training and the experience of the pilot. So there is certain restrictions, yes. I agree, but it's not impossible.
So we can conclude that in principle, a single engine aircraft can commercially fly between the islands.
Depending on the qualifications of the pilots, yes.
Thank you. And Marjan, how does this electrification, we saw in the presentation before, there is an innovation plan. How do you see from a regulation standpoint that this can be applied to the electric aircraft soon?
Yeah, well, welcome everybody. Thanks that I can sit here. First of all, I want to react on Peter in relation to your question, of course. But of course, no doubt, safety is on the priority list 1, 2, and 3. But today and here, we are for sustainability. So I think maybe safety is now priority number 1. It will always stay that. But I'm sure that sustainability will be the license to operate for the airlines in the future. So let's not only talk about safety, but let's see it in the broader spectrum of what we need in the future. And that's exactly why we need the innovation strategy, why we made the innovation strategy. That's what we want to look in the future and see what are the paths towards a future sustainable aviation. That's what we have done with the innovation strategy. There are 4 areas, and for each of these areas we will make a dashboard to see what we have to do to develop the sustainable aviation in the future. So there will be dashboards, votes to implement the implementation strategy.
And I saw an end year for completely electrical flights. Is that, you know it by head, or
Well,
2070, I thought?
Yeah, but that's for everything completely electric.
Yeah.
We have steps to reach that. And I think for, it is not only electric, it's also hydrogen. There are more options, but for the Caribbean, we are mostly speaking of electric flying or hybrid flying.
Thank you. Well, by the way, about aircraft, this was a question I had for Edwin.
Edwin, yeah. Okay, for Edwin, yeah.
Yeah. How many aircraft do you think, which country has the most aircraft nation in the Dutch Caribbean? Curaçao has the most airlines. Aruba, absolutely. How many aircraft do you think of Aruba are flying around? I got this question from Edwin, so I know. It's 100 aircraft. So there are 100 Aruban aircraft flying all around. So this is why I wanted to discuss this also with Edwin, because he's a specialist on safety on airlines or aircraft. So I will come back to him later on and try to discuss this with him as well. The second topic I wanted to discuss, and that's more your area, of course, that's a regulation part regarding multilateral. The Netherlands is considered one nation as a kingdom under ICAO, and the fact is that under the kingdom we have 4 nations in the Dutch Caribbean, so we signed up a multilateral within the kingdom. And the restrictiveness of this multilateral for the cabotage rights, I know you have a very specific opinion about that, and you're writing air law at this moment. Is that correct, Peter?
Yes, well, you mentioned restrictive. I wonder where that comes from. When the protocol was drafted in 2012, the aim was liberalization. Liberalization of traffic rights between the 4 countries. And that protocol did a good job, I think. However, it doesn't say only you have to give as much liberalism as you want to. You should also take into regard the status of your airlines. And then I come back to the point that Marjan just made. Sustainable means for me reliable. These are words which are also used in the GSP, but they're a little bit in the background. What we are looking for on the islands is a sustainable connection. So that comes together with my connectivity, my second pillar. And that is not only the cheapest solution, or a temporary solution, or a solution provided by a third country. No, it is a system which has endurance, which can last over years, like Winair has for many years. The market has proven to be very difficult, financially, economically. Everybody knows the examples. And these are the interests that we have to balance. I think Brian mentioned it in the morning as well. It's not as simple as it looks like. So we do have these airlines, and if they are sustainable, we want to maintain them, because they provide connection. And wasn't connection the thing that we were talking about?
Absolutely.
Okay, so investments are high in this new development, for sure, if and when they are available. And I think it's important to look how the interests of the airlines are taken care of in the whole exercise. Of course, if it contributes to connectivity, a warm welcome. But we have to take care that it doesn't go at the expense of certain parties.
Yeah.
No, and so the protocol was a liberalization instrument for that time. I don't say that it should not be adjusted, but you have to be careful taking these interests into account.
I can understand, Peter, that you want to protect the local airlines. They are
important. I didn't say that, Marjan.
No, let me say, whatever you call it. They are important, yes. But how are we going to challenge the airlines to become more sustainable. If all the states, all the countries are protecting, or whatever word you want to use, their own airlines, how are you going to challenge them to make the change towards sustainability?
Well, one of my tasks is to look financially into the airlines, and I can see that the room to maneuver is very limited. So I would expect the whole exercise to look into where capital could be coming from. Risk capital, for instance.
I agree with you on that, but that's why we are here together. We have to collaborate, that's the word for today. Here the airlines are here, the airports are here, the governments are here. We do not ask it only from the airlines. I think we have to do it together, but they have to be part of it, and they have to put a step,
yes,
same as we have to do.
I didn't say that other parties were not invited, but my task is to look at these airlines as well. And so I have to look at a more balanced picture than just saying everything which comes with electric is fine.
Now, but would it be, for the next step, we're talking about a new transition, we're going into the new phase. Would it be wise to go with the civil aviation authorities, come together and look how we can adjust, even where there are restrictions in the bilateral, to support the airlines into this transition and not restrict in a way that there are now restrictions in the PSO. So it's just an invite to see what we can do to facilitate the airlines with new type of aircrafts or more efficiency, because on the end it's all about efficiency. How can we organize with the airlines the efficiency that's also needed to reduce the rates?
Well, obviously we're open for any discussion, and let me just add to you that we are devising our new aviation law at the moment, and we give attention how to improve the situation for airlines. There is the very strict requirement to have say, ownership and control by nationals of the Netherlands residing in Curaçao. That's a very limiting factor. If we want to open up the market for capital, we have to liberalize that element. You cannot just say, okay, you can only live from the capital which is available on the island. So that's what we're going to do. It's an indirect way of opening up certain aspects of the market. There used to be a moratorium in the aviation law. The minister could say, look, I think there are enough airlines, I don't want any more. That's going to be lifted. So in a way, we are liberalizing the market situation for the airlines. And with that, it should be more easy to come to capital, and capital could add to this whole thing.
But this is done for Curaçao?
This is done for Curaçao, and we still have to discuss with our colleagues. For instance, that would have an effect on the multilateral protocol.
Absolutely. So we are looking forward for new negotiations and look how to further liberalize the multilateral.
And I repeat, the protocol was made to liberalize the market. Is it always liberalizing towards third countries is another question, of course.
Yeah, but I don't think for the domestic flights where we're talking about now, because in principle the country is one. Foreign countries cannot fly within inter-island because
it's not
it's
always the
cabotage.
case. With us it cannot, but I think for other countries within the kingdom it's possible. But then you have this, for instance, if you would say you have a Colombian carrier flying between two of the islands, there could be interest in that. Now the question is, do you want that?
Okay, well,
and if it's electrical or not electrical, that's
yeah.
That's
Well, I think we now have to focus on our own airlines that we want to help to make this transition. So I think the main focus will be on the existing and maybe new coming airlines within the Dutch Caribbean.
That's still a possibility. We're dealing with permit requests at the moment of 2 more airlines, so that's another supply which comes to the market.
You have to add something to this. I'm a little bit happy that there is room for discussion, and well, unfortunately we don't have Edwin and Louise here, but...
Well, I'm happy with what Peter is saying about lifting the restrictions on that. I think we have to work together with the airlines and the airports. I think as regulators there are 3 things we have to do. We have to have a look at the regulations. What are the changes we needed to make it more sustainable? We have to talk with the airlines and we have to talk with investment institutions to make it more possible to find the money to finance the changes you want to make. The airplanes, also the changes at the airports, don't forget that. It's not only the airplanes, the aircraft, also the airports. So we need more funds. It cannot only be the governments. It cannot be only the airlines. So I think we need the investors at the table. And not only here at the table, but also the table, the task force, that's finished now, but progress committee, the transition platform. I think we need the financial institutions at the table.
Absolutely. Yes, I think so. If you go into airlines, that was another topic I had even for Luis. We have Winair here. We have, we're talking about affordability and to try to get the rates lower. Maybe there are some challenges as well there, how to achieve that. We're talking about PSOs, but we're talking also about public and private airlines. We have a special airline among us, that's Winair. Winair is 100% government owned. For me, and that's what I always say, in principle, that's the old way of aviation, where the airlines were still of the nations, the airlines had to fly whatever the government said to do. And if they would make loss, they would get a subsidy. The effect with Winair, which operates more or less like a private airline, how does this affect subsidies? Because can you give a subsidy to your own airline if we go to PSOs or subsidized contracts?
Well, for me, the question is very easy to answer. I don't have any money, so I'm not going to get any subsidy.
Yeah. Is that the same with the Ministry of...
yes, of course. We don't have a cabinet at the moment, so we have no money. But no, it will be very difficult to give financial support to your own airline, yes, because it will be state aid. But I don't say that we have to give money to one airline. I think we have to create conditions that we can financially support airlines that are making the steps towards sustainability.
And I understood that the minister is also looking into PSO options. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, at this moment we are a shareholder in Winair, very small shareholder, and the reason to that was to guarantee that there is a connectivity between Sint Maarten and Zeebrugge Station, so that we had a small voice in that decision. But it's such a small voice that it doesn't really work. We're very happy with Winair at the moment. It's doing very well. But a better way would be if we can have a public service obligation, a PSO. So we have done some research to see if that could help. The research is finished. We amended the legislation so that it is possible to have a PSO. But there are two problems. One is the money. But the second is a PSO really the best instrument? Because then again, you are subsidizing or supporting one airline. It's a public process, it's a tender, it's a long time-consuming process, but it's one airline that you are paying to have the connectivity between some islands. It might be better if there is a system that it's for all airlines. So we're still doubting if a PSO is the right answer to improve the connectivity.
And I heard before also Joost mentioning thinking about, from Divi I heard when I was busy with the ferry, I said, yeah, if I just could get rid of all the public charges, I could have the same rate as the ferry. So they can reduce almost half the price.
That's true, yeah.
If you could, is it possible to create public charges for specific domestic rates, which are a kind of subsidies by the government itself, because it's public entities that levy them? Is that a way?
Well, that's a question for the countries themselves. I think it's possible, but you are going to differentiate between international passengers and the local passengers, the inter-island passengers. I think it's possible. I know that the airports are looking at that possibility. In Bonaire, you have a tourist fee. That's an amount of $75 for passengers coming into Bonaire. But the fee is lower for inter-island people. So there is a possibility. I think we might need some more amendments in the legislation. I think it's possible to that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think if we could create a collaboration between the airlines under conditions of special rates moving forward to electric flying, then is this the way to go?
Well, it's not to me to approve or to disapprove anything, of course. And I think to the rates, I heard this morning saying public rates, but really it's private rates, no? The airport is a privatized company. Yeah. That's where the rates are coming from. We do have small government rates, I will not deny that. One is coming extra in January, just for safety oversight, so that I can get more resources. But my personal interest would be, as a former airport guy, okay, what is your shareholder going to say? What is your bank going to say? You're going to decrease the rate to 10 or maybe 0. Why not 0? Where is the rest of the revenue staying? Are you compensating? Because connectivity is not only inter-island, it's also outside the kingdom. So the rates will go up for the other passengers? I mean, I understand the discussion is still ongoing, but that will be an interesting thing to say, yes, it's possible, or no, it's not possible.
What I understood from Joost is that it is specific for domestic flights, or domestic inter-island flights, let's call it that way.
No, if it's possible, it's fine.
Or maybe you can earn it back, because you will have more passengers coming into your country.
Or that your investor or your bank will say, how am I still sure of the same revenues that you're making?
That's exactly the reason why I say they have to be at the table here.
No. But this is their own issue for now.
Yeah, but let's talk about it together.
Yeah. Did I had one more question about, I think I've got almost every topic spoken about. Do you want to add something extra for the conference and what you expect next year here? Peter, what do you expect next year to see here as the regulator, being part of the negotiations, and what you could achieve as contribution to the next step?
Well, I think for me as a regulator, there are not many thresholds which cannot be taken. I'm more interested in how realistic is the whole story. And indeed, what Marjan said, is there money available? Is there risk capital available? Who's going to have the forefront with these kind of investments? Because it's not only about direct operating costs, it's about investment costs as well. And I think that part has to be a total part of the equation.
I think there's tomorrow there's the topic of finance, is it? So yes. I hope we get the answers there.
Maybe I speak before.
That's all, but it's.
Well, I think for the ministry, it's important that we are here together and that there is a draft joint strategic plan, because that is what we need now. We had last year we worked on that. We had a very good meeting last year. There was energy in the room, and we all went to work. And now we have the plan. And what we have to do now is to implement the plan. It has short-term actions, medium and long-term actions. We can start with short-term actions, and we can develop step by step the way to further sustainability. So I hope that next year the short-term actions of the joint strategic plan are implemented, and that we can discuss the longer-term actions with all the people together. And I hope that in the meantime we can work on it maybe in small groups. Not the big groups, but well, everyone here is in the room. If you look around at your table, there are people you can discuss this with. Make small groups and use the coming period to discuss with each other which steps can be taken, and bring that into the transition platform, and let's see if we can implement these actions. Small steps, but together, all these small steps, then next year we will have a halfway implemented joint strategic plan. I hope.
Perfect, perfect. I think we can go into some questions. Would there be questions for the regulators?
I think let's give a hand for a
I think we have a first question here and then a second one at the CEO table. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm here as a pension fund, Caribbean Netherlands, so potential investor. And actually, I have a lot of comments more than questions, but I will try to phrase them as questions. Let's say if you look at the whole electrification of cars, especially in the Netherlands also, you see that people were convinced to start driving electric cars by subsidies. And what I'm not hearing in this story is the subsidies. So wouldn't it work better if there was a subsidy and if subsidies were given to the airlines, or at least promised to the airlines, if they take the next steps? And this is what I'm not hearing.
Maybe I can, I worked on the joint strategic plan, and one of the steps for the next year is just this. How can we, collaborating with the airlines, because we're talking about the airlines, create the right business case to achieve this, and what's needed, because we are not having electric flights next year. That's I think in the plan for 2030, so we have some years to go till we have the electric planes flying. But there has to be a lot of steps to be taken. And the Ampere study just showed it's feasible. We're testing now with that flight. That's the intention, to show as well to the passengers, as well to the airlines, that it's feasible. And the next step is to find the finance, and the finance can be institutional financing, but also with subsidy if needed. What I understood, and this is the figures that is showing everything, that the operating cost will reduce by at least 40 to 50% for electric flying. If that's the case, that's already a kind of a business case. If we're talking about retrofit, we're changing the engines. We're not changing the aircraft. And if you need to overhaul the engines every 2 years or 3 years, then you just put in the new type of airlines. Of course, it's all the aircraft regulation and safety, but this is, I think, the way we have to go, and the transition platform needs to make that map into the future.
And maybe I can add something. As the Netherlands, we subsidize the Ampere study for a lot of money, especially for the reason that you say why we can support the change to sustainable aviation. With the cars it worked, but don't forget it took a long, long time. The time between the first Tesla and now all the electric cars on the road is a long time. So I think we need that time for aviation too. The subsidy until now was on Ampere to see what is possible. And that's why Veronique said that we have to go into phase 2. And we have to do that all together to see how we can find the funds for that. And then the next step will be that there are planes and that we can have a look at the tickets.
Mr. Mango from St. Martin, I think, had the second question.
Well, I just wanted to know the regulator's opinion on the following. If you look at St. Martin, if I want to catch a ferry to another island, if I miss the first ferry, I could go on the second ferry. I paid that money. Now, if I catch a plane from St. Martin to Curaçao, and because of delays, I missed my connecting flight, I can't take the next flight because it's a different brand. So my question to the regulator is, why won't you leave all the airlines that are within the Dutch Caribbean, when you give them a license, have an interline agreement so I can use the ticket on multiple airlines? It's just a question, you know, like you came with KLM to St. Martin, you can take Winair with maybe a code sharing or interline agreement to Statia. Because KLM can't land on that island. But just a question to the regulator is, simplified, is there a vision to not force, but actually guide these airlines to work together? That's my collaboration, like what was said this morning. Just a question.
So I can ask, I'm a little bit of an airline guy, so I know a little bit more about that. Airlines have their own automatic systems, and they need to be, they can sign the interline agreement. So it is really an airline thing here. But I agree, a strong aviation system is a collaboration between the three stakeholders. And if we go into look how we can be more efficient, we can discuss as partners how we can achieve that. I think there's a need for that, but there's also a need for investment. There's a need for bringing the reduction rates to the passengers as well. So I think the next step will be we have to work, the three of us together, in looking how we can put these questions on the table and make these simple solutions that are directly involving the normal passengers and the residents and help them out, because it's all about the end service.
And I think it's a really good question, Brian, and that should be one of the subjects for the next year and the implementation of the joint strategic plan, how we can handle this point. And therefore we need all the airlines that are flying here in the Caribbean, and we need the regulators for that and the airports. So let's take that as an action.
We have more questions. Yes, in the back.
Hi, Peter. This question is for you. It's Joanne, right over here. Your answer in response to the new entrants was very clear, that we have currently 4 operators catering the Dutch Caribbean. I'm very interested in your answer as to what do you think is the maximum capacity that we as a Dutch Caribbean should have. So we currently have 4 operators with a X amount of seat capacity. How do you see that? From history, we also saw that we've always had between 3 and 4 airlines. What is your response to that?
Well,
your capacity?
That's basically a question between market intervention or no market intervention, whereas I'm more in favor of the latter one. I happen to know that there is a lot of criticism on, especially, how do you call this in English, dagrandverbindingen? So I think there is still space in that particular segment, and when I'm talking about new entrants, they are basically non-scheduled. And could cater for a little bit for the demand in that area. That's how I see it at the moment, and I don't have a maximum to that. Yes, there might be the eventual company going out of business, but that's in economic life quite normal, I guess. So my concern is not a particular company. My concern is the number of seats which is still available on the route. And I'm not going to protect, as somebody else said here, any particular airline.
Thank you. We have another question here in the front. Go ahead, it's on. No, can we have the microphone on here, please?
Yeah? Okay, yeah. I have 2 questions actually. I'm missing Marius Sliedrecht from EMW because he always said that safety is your foundation, your base. If that's okay, then you can continue building onto it. My first question is to the regulators, how are you creating a just culture actually on the islands? Because all the islands are small. We all know that it's difficult for someone to report a safety hazard, for example, because the relationships are very tight. How are you as regulators creating a just culture where people can report safety hazards or things that they see that are against the law or that can endanger passengers or workers on airport territory? And the second question is, wouldn't it be an idea for the 6 airports, I want your thoughts on it, that the 6 airports create a sort of luchtvaartfonds where they can help stimulate airlines that are doing sustainable initiatives to help kind of invest into them so they can continue to grow and continue to build onto that?
I think the first question is for Peter.
Well, I think in all international forums, safety has become a mandatory issue, and we are encouraging all parties in the industry to come up with safety management systems, and we audit for that. Now, having said that, we have to take our own responsibility as well, and we have to put up a program for state safety policy, registration of incidents, etc., on a voluntary basis. And it's a mindset. If you talk to management of specifically airlines in this case, there are still steps to be taken there. We hope to make it very clear it's not penalty connected, but that it is to learn from. But it's very much still in development, and I recognize that we have a role which we have to take there.
Well, maybe the second question, the funds. If it is possible, it's wonderful, but I think we have to look broader at it and not only to the airlines. In the Netherlands, the airports like Eindhoven Airport or Maastricht Airport, there you have funds for improving the environment for the people around it. And that fund is filled by the airport, the airlines and the governments. So maybe that is something that could work here too.
All right, any other questions? Yes, here in the front. Let's have a microphone come to you. Yes.
Knopje. Hello? Yes. Thank you very much. If I may put my old hat as financier first. I hear a lot of things that you're talking about risk capital, which is either expensive or you should be willing, risk capital, you should be willing to lose it, that's why it's expensive. I hear business cases, but we don't want the rates at the same height. So I think that to move everybody, you have to put a goal forward when it comes to financing. And I'm thinking about something like the Groeifonds in the Netherlands. Why don't we put because I think that to have everybody moving, you have to put a goal forward and you have to make sure people see where they are going with the initiative. So if we put maybe a goal forward that make a business case before a certain date and then submit it to the Groeifonds, which is a foundation generally for innovations in sustainability, where you can basically lose the money because that's subsidy as well. The project can fail. Then we have something going forward that everybody's like, okay, let me put my effort into that, make a business case, and submit one big project to the Groeifonds, because I think the Groeifonds is also at least $30 million that you have to submit in order for them to consider it. So it can be a big project, but then you can put the safety, you can put the aircrafts, you can put the firefighting. That's a big question mark. You can put the electricity. There are so many investments you can put in there, but then at least you're working towards something in which you say, okay, we are all working into submitting something to get the money in order to get things started. Because otherwise, we're all going to talk around the circle, but at the end of the day, without money, nothing is happening. And that's the realistic part.
Maybe I can add to that, because I know a little bit about the Joint Strategic Plan. And this is exactly where this transition platform is aiming for. The transition platform, how it's described now, it's a learning, there will be research there, and it will seeking the funds in a good program, because you can say apply to the Groeifonds, but you need to have a good plan. So the good plan can only be done if you have the regulators, the airlines, and the airports on the table. But you need to make this plan to apply to the Groeifonds. I always say there is always money. What's missing is a good plan to get it. And you can find funds, and the Groeifonds is one of them. And I think the major task of the transition platform is to join the forces, get the right people on board, but also for training, because that's also one of the objectives in the transition platform, and get this knowledge base for the Dutch Caribbean, where every airport, every airline, every regulator can get the support. So it's a knowledge and dissemination center for the airlines, getting the monies needed for the next step. And that's not next year, but that's in the coming 5 years. I think this is exactly what the Joint Strategic Plan aims for.
And
thank you.
I completely agree with you. We need a good plan. In the meantime, I'm already discussing with the Ministry of Internal Affairs if we can put forward a big project for the Groeifonds. So I'm already talking about it, so maybe you can help me. But we need a good plan. And don't forget of two warnings. One, it will take a lot of time. We already have one plan from that Groeifonds, and it took us 2 years to make the plan to get it accepted. And the second is you always need co-financing. So it's not that there is a lot of money you can get. You have to have a plan with your own financing, and then you can get the money. And it's around 15 million euros. So it's quite a lot of money. But you need a good plan, you need people working on it, you need co-financing, and you need time. But we started the discussions, and with the help of the team that can bring it into the transition platform, well, let's make a good plan of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for a few more questions from the room. Going once. Yes, in the back. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Arjan van der Werf. I'm representing. Oh, you want me to stand up? Okay. Breda University. We were talking today about affordability, efficiency, and sustainability. Keeping that in mind, from a regulator's perspective, are you more interested in the quantity of airlines or in the quality of airlines?
That's a very good question. And I think that Peter already has given the answer. We need continuity of airlines. So quality, yes, quantity, yes, but quantity only if they can survive for enough years.
Which we know tends to be quite a challenge over the last, looking over the last decades, right? Has not been a very well-proven track record there.
No, but maybe because until now we all did our own work. And maybe if we can work together and we can see what the airlines need and what they need from us and what we need from them, then it will work. Work better, maybe.
To me, sustainability meant always much more than environment and means continuous and reliable operations in first instance. Yes, now environment comes into play, but let's not forget sustainable means a well-founded operation which is economically feasible. Let's not forget it.
Yeah. Profitability is always important for making a business run.
It's a private business most of it is a private business.
One of the objectives is about efficiency is go in contact with the airlines and seek on which items they can collaborate and how we can achieve efficiency in their operations. I can foresee many issues that they can work together. So if we can seduce them to work together, that their cost base can go down, then that's also an objective, to create a strong aviation system where the regulator, the airlines and the airports all come together in finding the optimum for the Dutch career.
Yeah, let me just add that, yes, prices are high, partly due to charges or taxes if you want. But let me convince you that there is not much fat within the airlines. It's not that they are sitting on an enormous amount of profit. That's not the case. And that has to do with the scale of the operations and the local circumstances. It's expensive and it's a limited operation. So yes, if you are looking at the airlines to reduce costs, you have to incentivize them to find the reduction. Yeah. And maybe we should help them in that.
Yeah. No, it's the three together. I think that's the way forward and what the transition platform aims for in this, finding common ground to achieve all the three goals.
Let's work on that next year.
Thank you.
And next year we will be here or in St. Martin, and then we can see the results.
If we can get a flight.
Electric light.
Do we have one last question from the room? If not, please give a round of applause to our panelists.
Thank you.
Mr. Ton Janser, Mr. Peter Steinmetz, and Mrs. Marianne van Giezen, thank you very much. And we will move on immediately to the last segment on this first day. 1 second. Yes. Okay, so today's last segment of this DCCA conference is a panel discussion as well, but with the airline representatives on the topic of connectivity and a look at the future. Please welcome to the stage President and CEO of Winair, Hans van der Velde, also from DV Air Account Manager Germaine Durant, and Quality Manager and Aviation Consultant for Easy Air, Mr. Ivo Audibert. And the moderator for this session will be Aviation Business Development Executive at Aruba Airport Authority, Ms. Joanne Mo Adens. Mrs. Joanne.
Even kijken hoe we gaan zitten.
Do you want to sit as well?
I'm going to sit here.
You will sit, okay.
Should we do with the female balance or wat het een beetje mixen?
Bij je weet het.
Waar is het Ivo?
Dat moet ik niet zien.
Ah, moet ik niet? Oké. All right.
Oh. I was just saying we're missing a panelist.
Thank you, Nicole, for the nice introduction. What can I say? What an insightful first day with a lot of discussion. So we hope we can also contribute to that as well. It's an honor for me for this year to be the moderator once again for a highly anticipated panel, as I must hear among our audience, featuring our local and regional airlines with the focus on connectivity and a look at the future. Thank you again to each one of you for participating, but especially for being here with us today. We already heard from the government and the airport authorities earlier this morning on their insights, their strategies for reducing airport fees, their commitment to the harmonization tariff for enhancing connectivity. So we're looking forward to that. And we also just had the opportunity to gain a more valuable perspective from the regulators. But now it's our turn. So we're shifting now. It's time to shift our attention to another player, maybe one of the most important one in the ecosystem, the airlines. We will be focusing in this particular panel on the connectivity, but also getting more insights from the airline as to what are their plans for the future. So I'm going to start with Germaine. Montardi, thank you for joining us again. If you can briefly introduce yourself and also tell us a little bit more about your airline.
Montardi, thank you for having me here as a panelist. I've heard very interesting conversation and indeed very interested to hear what the airlines think about everything that's been said so far. I'm Germaine Durant. I'm the accountable manager for DV Air since 2004. DV started operating in 2001 and we've been operating continuously since that day until now. We operate the Britten-Norman Islander and the Twin Otter. We have daily services to Bonaire and to Aruba. And I think everybody knows DV for so now.
Thank you, Germaine. On my left, Ivo, tell us some more about you.
Yes, I'm Ivo Audibert. I'm quality manager at Easy Air. I'm consultant Easy Air. At this time, we operate 2 Saab 340s, actually 3. 2 Learjets, which are doing medevac flights, and also 1 Britten-Norman Islander. Flying the island routes, doing some charters, also Colombia, serving the Colombia market.
Interesting. Hans?
Hi, my name is Hans van der Velde. I'm proud to be CEO of Winair since this summer. My background is aviation and tourism. I managed companies in the Netherlands, France, and Morocco. And for those who are less familiar with Winair, because it's up there, it's one of these expensive airlines that pay that ask for high fares. We connect Sint Maarten to the adjacent islands since 60 years, predominantly with Twin Otter 16-seaters, but since a few years we operate ATRs. So currently we connect 15 islands. Our strength is a stable operation, and talking about connectivity, we are connected to airlines like Air France, KLM, JetBlue, United. So we link to the whole world.
Congratulations in your new capacity, Hans. Takes me to my next question already. There are some significant development going on in Winair. We recently, you guys recently welcomed your second ATR, 42-500. Would you like to share a little bit more about the second one, and what are the future growth plans for the airline?
Well, I have to be modest, I'm only here for 4 months, but we are in a very volatile market. So some speakers already said something about all the bankruptcies in this area. Since I arrived, Air Antilles, the French airline, went bankrupt. Liat is still hanging in there with one aircraft operation. So the development of this market for me is very complex, also because of all countries protecting their own airlines. What we saw is a possibility to slowly grow our capacity based on the fact that we connect to big airlines, because it's stressed before, but these are very thin routes. If you only have to transport local people, I mean, I hope that everybody realizes that in Ceiba, and I Googled this morning, Ceiba has 2,000 inhabitants. Statia, 3,300, and Bonaire, 24,000. These islands, you cannot serve them in a commercially viable way unless you combine local traffic and international traffic. So our growth is based on international partnerships and bringing a combination of international passengers and local passengers to new destinations.
Understood. I think Easy Air and Winair has a very much similarities in terms of their business model, not only catering regional, but also doing international routes. How do you experience this in your operation as well for Easy Air, Ivo? Do you confront the same challenges?
Well, Easy Air is actually a little bit the same, the islands, as I think Peter made some good points on this. The market is not an easy market. It's a difficult market. There is not thousands and thousands of passengers. So Easy Air tends to grow very cautiously, looking at the market, looking at everybody, and grow little by little, because it's a very difficult market to serve. And how you say, it's a little bit seasonal. And yeah, you look also at the how do you say, the international market. Now, for example, the US is making more flights to Bonaire, which means I think for both Easy and DV is going to be a challenge, because a lot of passengers are going out directly to Bonaire.
Yep.
So the inter-island travel again will, for us, we will suffer a little bit on that. So we need to take all this into account. So,
this is typically something, so you're seeing a change in the trends, right? So you're seeing that you
there are
have
changes,
less connections within the islands because you have non-stop service to Bonaire.
Yeah.
Is that something that happened post-recovery, or is it something new? Have you
That's
identified other trends in the market?
Post-recovery, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you identified other trends in terms of, I think Peter also tapped into that, in terms of the frequency a day that can be improved? Do you see that you have made changes?
I think the market has an X amount of passengers. I mean, it will not increase significantly.
And you believe that we are at our max?
I don't know if we're at our max, but I don't think it's going to be 50% more or things like that. So I do not think so.
Okay, let's take it over here to Jermaine to listen to your thoughts on this. Looking at DV, that you only operate the ABC, so you have a different business model than Winair and Easy. What are your thoughts, and have you also identified other trends post-recovery? What have you seen so far for 2023?
If I can say, follow up on what Ivo said, I think I agree with what he says partially. DV is indeed different. We only do inter-island. We only operate or service the 3 islands. So our main passengers are local passengers that we connect. And the empty spaces are the people that are from the international markets that do know DV and want to connect to the islands. But indeed, like Ivo said, if with more flights going directly into Aruba and more flights going in directly into Bonaire, we will have less island hopping or connecting capabilities for international passengers. Having said that, you see, or at least we experience, that a lot of local people want to travel. There's a good recovery after COVID that people do want to travel. If there is more need for more capacity, yes, at times. If I listen to what Mr. Steinmetz says, yes, there's no limitation in having airlines. However, is it feasible to say there's enough room for 7 more airlines? I don't know. You get the times, specific times when you have Dia de Rincon, when you have Sol Beach in Aruba, then everybody wants to travel. So it would be easy for everybody to say, well, I have 2 more spare aircraft. I put them out, I fly them. But then the Sol Beach is over, Dia de Rincon is over, so what do we do with the aircraft then? We just park them, because that's costs also. So yes, it's trendy, or you have certain trends, and is it realistic to cater only on those trends? I don't know. So you have to look at the stable market and cater to that.
Yeah, I think that is a very interesting topic brought forward. The market is a very small scale market. I think I have another perception if we are at our max, or is there any possibility into increasing demand? I believe yes. As part of our GSP plan, we have conducted a survey, because most of the time we're like, okay, you believe that there's still a room, others believe that there aren't, but still we want to have hard facts and statistics and number to be able to prove that and also translate this in recommendation. So that is what we have done. And from the preliminary results, the results will be shared tomorrow during the day 2. But we saw that there's a very high percentage of local community that is not traveling due to the high prices. So for me, always the question remains like, if we reduce the price, the tickets, because as I believe Joost mentioned it this morning, at a certain point, it was $600 to travel from Aruba to Bonaire. And we see also from the responses of the survey that there's a lot. People want to visit their family. They want to fly over for an event, want to fly over for a birthday party, but would rather do so or do Medellin, for example. Colombia is very attractive right now. So you see that other destinations are also competing with the ABC. So from the results, we believe that reducing the price or even lowering it, and that is why we emphasized this morning on the different components, because you have the airport component that we talked about, the harmonization tariff, on short term, how we can reduce the prices. So it's very important. And I do believe that we don't have the concrete answer to that, but there's still a lot of business segments to be covered. Did you see, in terms of your the trends, how about the corporate travel? Do you see, is that reduced, or you see that less from the area because of all the technologies in terms of meeting?
You see that, especially after COVID, you saw that people wanted to travel a lot again. During COVID, we all learned to live differently, to perform business differently. But still, when you talk to the people, they say that talking to each other face to face, you get more achieved. So you see that maybe instead of traveling 3 times a week, people travel once a week. So it's become less, but it's not that people eliminate it altogether.
Okay. Winner, have you seen other trends in terms of island hopping, not only from the ABCs, but you see primarily within the St. Martin region?
Well, I would like to come back to the former point about costs.
Okay.
Because I'm struggling about how to say this, but since this morning, I hear a lot of talks about airlines, so about us, about the fares being high. And then Peter came in and he said it in a very gentle way. There's not much, I don't know the expression he used, but there's not much financial reserves. So if it would be possible to have lower prices, if it would be possible to have more flights, would we not do that? I mean, if the market was there, I would put in extra flights tomorrow. So I'm going to say things people don't want to hear, but the cost will go up because the lease costs are going up, the maintenance costs are going up, the handling costs are going up, and just to start, and I'm talking about St. Maarten, the taxes are $48.32. So that's where you start. Your 0 point is $48. So if it would be possible to lower prices and to attract markets, we would from the start. So I hear a lot about efficiency and working together, and to be honest, I'm not sure what people mean. Because if we could be more efficient, we would. Why would I not?
My question is, everybody, again, I totally agree with what Hans said. My question is, everybody talks about price reduction, but what is the goal? What price is the goal? Is it $50 between Bonaire and Curaçao, or 50 guilders, 25? I don't hear cost. I don't hear prices. So everybody says reduce, reduce. But what is the price that everybody... If you ask a traveler, the ticket prices are too high. Okay, what are you willing to pay? You know, so those things we do not hear. And as an airline, again, you do calculations. You calculate the lease price, insurance, not even to mention insurance. Insurance every year goes up like crazy. It's unbelievable. So those are all costs that come on top of what the airlines calculate. So, and I agree with Hans. I mean, if the airline can put 10 more flights, he will do it. But again, then you have, like, for example, the days, Dia de Rincon, all those days, people want flights. But what happens? You have a full flight going to Bonaire, an empty leg going back. Who's going to pay for the empty leg? Or is 2 people on the leg? So those are all things that I don't know if everybody sees them, but those are things that the airline takes into account in calculating prices, putting in extra flights, yes or no. You know, there's events in Aruba, everybody wants to go, let's go to Aruba. But those are 2 flights, not 1 flight. It's bringing a whole bunch of people, coming back empty, then picking them up, coming back. So, you know, those are all things that has to
we recognize the challenges within the market. Charmaine, for you, only operating the ABC, what is the highest cost component within your price structure that you see? And where do you see how we, as an airport, or even the authorities, can have more influence on it?
For us as an airline, the highest cost is maintenance. Of course, that's just how it is. We operate in a very harsh environment. So hangar space and facilities like that are very important. And other than that, the insurance, like Ivo mentioned, went up since COVID. Everything goes around COVID with 50%. Yeah. And then another very high cost for us is the cost of DCNSP and Bonaire. Aruba keeps a flat rate. Curaçao has a fairly flat rate also. But the cost in Bonaire is very high. And this is a cost and an item that we have brought forward together with Easy Air for many times, many years. There's been case studies about it. The case study said that indeed it would be very devastating for the airline if the airline had to pay, or the passenger had to pay the cost. However, the cost was implemented, and what is done structurally is every time or every year, Holland continues and subsidizes, rather than looking at the problem and finding a constructive solution and a long-term solution for that. Because if we're going to talk about being efficient and being cost to try to lower the cost, then these are the things that we need to look at. We need to look at it for the long term. Make a distinction between airlift and connectivity, and then just make a structure for the connectivity and the airlift. People will pay $2 more to travel 900 kilometers.
Yeah, I know that you have identified this as a certain challenge. I know that we have spoken with this to Martin as well during our consultation rounds with the airline and the airports. A good point, because it's a very high price. The air traffic control charges at Bonaire, we see that there's also no harmonization within the islands. That is also something that we have detected during our research and analysis in terms of the airport fees. We saw airport fees between $10 and $48.02, as you already mentioned. So across the board, that is something that has our attention from the airport. And is it also, we already committed that we're going to reduce that. So having said that, while we still are in consultations and conversation about implementing the harmonization tariff and the timeline, how you as an airline tend to pass that through, because there are two different components that we spoke about. One of them was the harmonization tariff, and one of them was the air service incentives. The harmonization tariff would be a tax, so you would see that coming back in your ticket price, but how would you factor in the air service incentive in your own cost model as an airline, looking at all the different high costs that you already mentioned? I'll take it to Ivo first, and then everybody can answer.
Well, I guess it's it all depends on what the reductions are and what implications have. Naturally, the airline will. It's as a normal tax. It's how do you say, whatever tax is introduced or taken out. I mean, the airline will be recalculating. I think it's a normal thing. But how that will go into its effect, I don't know. It's how do you say? Depends what it's going to be.
If I can interject on that, look, if the PFC is lowered, you will see that directly, because it's just
this
an
one you
add-on.
don't see it. Yeah.
If it's a service, like Ivo says, it's more difficult because as an operator, especially if I look at it from the DV perspective, all we do is ABC. I cannot cross-subsidize any other route because I only do ABC. I have no other form of income than selling tickets. An airport authority can say, okay, well, I'm going to decrease the landing fee, but January 1st, I'm going to index all the rents. And then I get what I'm giving the airline, I get back on a non-aeronautical revenue. As an airline, I cannot do that. So indeed, you have to look at what the percentage is, how big the fee is, and how it will impact the cost structure of the tickets.
So it has to be an entire package that you don't lower one rate and then you increase on the other side. So we'll certainly take those points into account as well. Going back to Ivo, I think Ivo brought a really good point forward, was what is the sweet spot in terms of the ticket fares? It's going to be presented tomorrow again. From last year, we already indicated that we saw that we might see an increase in the market, starting between a fare between $175 and $200. And the $250 was the basis that we were also, has been included in the GSP plan, the Joint Strategic Plan, so we can see how we as an airport can reduce our price, but also from the airline aspect and everything to see how we can go back to that particular fare. But it remains a very complex question. Hans, going back to the cost component. So we heard a lot of different solutions in terms of alternative aviation today. What is the future vision, or what are the strategic options that Win Air is evaluating in terms of looking ahead into the future, and hybrid, electric, and all the different options as were mentioned?
I like the fact that I think it was Peter who used the term sustainability in a bit broader way. Currently, we have 3 airlines operating inter-island over here, and a 4th who announced routes. I wonder if everybody in this audience understands what it means. Do we really think it is sustainable on these routes to have 4 airlines operating there? Well, no, it is not sustainable. So, for those of you, I mean, I see a lot of Dutch persons in the room. You can check how many routes there are from Amsterdam to international destinations where 4 airlines operate. And it's less than 5. So, with regard to sustainability, we are in a very difficult market. Then, getting to your point more like electronic flying, look at our current fleet. We fly with Twin Otters that are built in the former last century, and with Fokkers and with Saabs. It's not because we want to, but we can't afford newer aircraft. So our starting point is old aircraft because they are cheaper
And that way we can keep the rates, well, apparently expensive, but an acceptable level.
Acceptable, yes.
So the moment there is an aircraft that can operate at the same price level, the same amount of hours, with less maintenance cost, we will be the first one to say, I can order 4 at the spot if I can find the financing. Directly. Because why wouldn't we? So the moment the aircraft are really there, we can go for it. Should the airline need to invest, we're in a tight spot. We're small airlines. We make a turnover of, I don't know all our competitors, but let's say 10, 20 million. Maybe we make a profit of 500,000 guilders a year, maybe $1 million. So investing in these developments is very difficult for an airline, unless, and it was touched upon in the former setting, unless there is subsidies, external financing, but I want to have a realistic picture here. Don't expect these small airlines to invest in these technologies if these small airlines can't even afford themselves to buy a new aircraft. And by the way, I shouldn't be too pessimistic, but again, I want to be realistic. Last month, we looked into buying new Twin Otters instead of second-hand. And one of the reasons was, I thought, they will be more fuel efficient. Well, take a guess how much more fuel efficient a new Twin Otter is versus a 50-year-old Twin Otter. It is 1%. 1. So, and why do I mention that? That for larger airlines operating Airbuses and Boeings, fleet renewal is a beautiful first step to be more sustainable. For us, unfortunately, that is kind of difficult. I have no clue if I answered your question. But
thank you for your honest answer.
I have some addition on what Hans just explained. For Easy Air, I think maybe for DV also, what we heard in the previous panel is subsidizing. Nice, we heard subsidizing also in the previous presentation, but again, subsidizing will only go to BES and only something Dutch, not to Curaçao and not to Aruba, I think. So for us, this might look into a trend of, okay, setting up something, coming up with electric airplanes, and, playing out the local airlines a little bit. So that's, how is this subsidizing looked at exactly, and what is being subsidized? So those are things that those are our questions from the smaller airlines. So,
in the previous panel, indeed, I think it was Ton that said, okay, how we had to liberalize the market. And I agree with what Peter said. Well, it's not about liberalizing it because, in fact, if you want to compete, you can.
Yeah.
So I don't see why we would have to completely open up a multilateral agreement because there may be foreigners that would like to be front runners in getting electric flying here. Then I would say, indeed, sit down with the local airlines and see what the possibilities are. Because I am a strong believer that your domestic market should remain in domestic hands. That's their biggest interest.
Okay, clear messaging.
Can I make one? Because I don't want to sound too negative. Curaçao did a great job the past years, I guess in cooperation with airport tourism authorities, to get in American airlines, different airlines from the Americas. So what does that create? On the one hand, as Ivo said, a problem maybe, because inter-island connectivity might get less because there are more direct flights. But on the other hand, it does create possibilities for us to liaise with these large airlines. So if Air France, KLM, JetBlue, United, American are open to discuss with local operators like us to have a feeder network, to have connectivity, and to, co-invest, help us because they are also looking for possibilities to make steps with regard to sustainability, then there could be possibilities. So it's not so much between us, but if we can link up with these big international airlines, that might be a nice way forward.
Ivo, is that
No,
also
again,
something?
again, innovation. I mean, I think all airlines are pro innovation, change, and newer equipment, and but it all comes with costs. But basically, we're all pro that, but it has to happen with certain steps. And how you say? I think personally, the airlines must be much more involved in these processes. Yes.
Okay. Jermaine, I know that you have a partnership agreement with TUI, or can you elaborate a little bit on that? So going back to their topic as to what are other partnerships that you do as a regional carrier as well?
We don't have like an interline agreement, but what we do have is they can buy in on our tickets, just like any other interested party would be able to do. They do like a little audit to see if an audit for less than 19 seaters. But an inter-island, as it was mentioned, I don't remember some panels before. No, we don't have an interline agreement, but we have like a samenwerking.
Okay. And to zoom in a little bit more on the alternative aviation topic, do you as an airline already have conversations going with OEMs or other manufacturers or even companies that you already work with in terms of your aircraft and fleet? Do you have conversations going already on this topic?
Yes, we do. The way the future is going now, or the way we see it now, I think hybrid or electric flying will be like first with 9 seats and then maybe 16 seats or 19 seats going forward. So yes, we've been having talks. It's a big investment. It's a risk. We don't have the legislation yet to support it. In the panel before, we were talking about there were talks about the caravan. For us, between the islands, a single engine operation is certainly limited for commercial operation to certain specifications. So maybe not necessarily the correct one for now. If you get hybrid or electrical, so you have extra, how you call that, engine capacity, or at least support for the engine, if the legislation would change that so that the performance would be looked at differently. But that's things that we don't know at the moment. So it's very difficult to say, okay, we're going to make a business plan, a business case on that, because these things are things that we don't know yet. Yeah. What has been brought forward, indeed, that the maintenance will be less expensive. So these are things that are really interesting to listen to, also to further work out, but it's very unknown at this point yet.
So it's a very preliminary phase as we speak. Hans, from Winner, again, you guys just welcomed the 2 new ATRs. Do you have conversation with those manufacturers as well as to what the future holds? Or because I believe everybody has a long-term plan as well, and how do you factor that in?
Well, we are looking at all developments in the market, but for us it's too preliminary, because what we operate is, so the 19-seater Twin Otters that operate from opening of the airport, 7 o'clock, until the closure of the airport, 9 o'clock in the evening, operate full-fledged up and down making hours. And I haven't seen a case yet where a hybrid or electronic aircraft is capable of doing that. So the moment that moment is more near, if there's not only a case study, but maybe we're approaching that it really can happen, then we will step in. So for now, it's just following what's going on, how developments are going, but too early to really look into that.
Okay. Yeah, for us, it's exactly the same. I mean, we operate 30 passenger airplanes, and even for the 9-seater, we need to look at the fully developed STC. So it has to be certified before we can actually even start looking at the aircraft and have valid figures, valid figures to work with to make a study, to make a case. So it's like Hans said, I think we're a little far away from that point yet. I mean, it's good for us to be in the process of the development, the testing. okay, but to really say, okay, we're gonna, because there's not even an aircraft that we can pinpoint, this is the airplane we're gonna start with.
Okay,
so there's nothing. So it's still, I think, a little far away.
Yeah. So
it's coming, but it's far away.
Understood. A clear message from the airlines. Still in the preliminary phase. There's a lot of room for a lot of conversation, not only on the aircraft type, but also in terms of the regulation and the airport. Hence, again, why we're also promoting these types of platforms to start these conversations. So hopefully, there's certain companies in the audience that took note of what are the requests for the airlines. I believe we still have a couple of minutes. I saw that just to shift it to a more fun topic. I know that Peggy started with a fun, share a fun topic of yourself. Maybe Charmaine, you can start before we close off the panel. I heard there were musicians.
For me, it's working.
Musician.
That's it. For me, it's working. So
no,
it's easy.
A fun fact of yourself.
Peggy has been harassing me for a picture to put up, and I told her, Peggy, I don't have one. The only one you'll find with me is hanging from a tree, climbing up a mountain. So I'm happy we got the batch picture.
I'm the same problem with the picture. I had to send 2 pictures, I think, or 3 pictures.
But what do you do besides working or
working?
No,
boating.
Have fun. Do something.
Boating.
Okay.
So,
And Hans?
Well, I'm looking for for an English expression for the Dutch expression witte broodsweken. So if anybody can help me.
Difficult.
I'm only four months in this region, and so work and private is still very much mixed because I travel around a lot to meet people. I think, and this is a good example, the dedication of the islands to bring aviation further is very stimulating. At the same time, I did a little tour, St. Martin, Antigua with Liat, Antigua, Barbados with Inter-Caribbean, Barbados, St. Kitts with Caribbean Airlines, and St. Kitts, St. Martin with ourselves. And we were all delayed, all 4. So, long way to go. Interesting market, extreme. I mean, I make a bit of a joke of it, but we should not underestimate the complexity of running an airline. Of course, I can also say ALM, Angel Air, Dcca, everybody, but maybe it was mismanagement. Maybe, I don't know what it was, but the fact that also looking into the future, into sustainable solution, please realize that running an airline in this area is either financed by the state, and by the way, answering one question, yes, Winner is state-owned, but I can assure you that the state of St. Martin is not in the habit of providing funds, let's put it this way. So either it's loss-making, or state-owned, or hanging in there. And we are not here to complement each other. Jermaine has found with DV a nice niche, not being too optimistic, not being too ambitious, and you said it also, not immediately buying jets and doing all kind of things. So, but it's one of the very few exceptions of airlines that are sustainable in this market. So, love being here, mixing pleasure with work.
Good. All right, thank you for the last remarks, and also again highlighting the complexity of the small-scale market and what are the different challenges that our local airlines encounter. I would like to open the floor for questions. If somebody from the organization can help us out. Yes.
All right, who was first? Democratically. Were you first? Yes. You have a microphone, so you can go first.
I can help Hans with his language problem. At least in Scottish, the translation is honeymoon period.
Okay, okay, thank you.
But I wanted to make another point too, further on what you said. Further on what you said, IATA's numbers for return on investment at airlines last year is 2.9%. My father, who watched my career in aviation, he said, "You're stupid. You should never work in aviation." Because we are happy at 2.9%. KLM posted 6% last year. I think it's fantastic. But your idea of merging or some partnership, there's a cost to that. You look at the example of British Airways and Comair in South Africa. Comair lost completely their identity. The aircraft got painted in BA colours, the crew wear British Airways uniforms, and there's a tiny notice at the door. So you could do a nice deal because KLM's got more money than you, but you'd lose your identity.
Yes, but the question is, so what? Because, I mean, look around us. I mean, I entered St. Martin July 15. I think it was July 16, Air Antilles went bankrupt. I visited Liat, which was a sad situation. Liat was the big airline in the region. So if it's needed to have a sustainable airline in this region, to partner up with an airline and give up a bit of your identity, and a bit, of course, is then the question. Okay, if that helps to survive, I'm very willing to do that, because Winnair, and thanks Brian for saying we are here for 30 and 60 years, 60 years it is, 63. It's true, but we went through very difficult phases. So we had the past 2 years, we had a profit. And I think in 2016 also. And in between we had Irma and we had COVID. So running an airline, it's fun, but it's difficult. So handing in a bit of identity, what?
Yeah, you're right, but it's one of the questions, and you say you have a government subsidy. Is the government happy to see then they have a stake possibly in your identity? And if I don't know the answer to it, but it's one of the factors that comes up in this. It's a source of revenue, but it's also has that other side of the coin.
Yeah.
Need to balance.
All right, thank you. I think we had 2 questions at this table.
Hello, thank you. First, I want to thank you for the great panel. I think it was very informative. We said before we need to speak more to the airlines and understand. So I think it was really eye-opening. So thank you very much. I think in the last question that Joanne had was about, so what would you need and how do you see e-flight in your fleet? And I think all of you said we need more, we need to know more. It's too unrealistic now also because we lack the information. I think Veronique presented today some of the first finding for something that could be a pilot testing with a hybrid electric aircraft. What for you would be the most important to get out of this pilot testing with this aircraft in terms of information for you to make a decision on if this is something you would want to do or not? Maybe it's a too difficult question for now, but I would love
I think it's a good question. One of the first things is acquisition cost. What will it cost for us to have the airplane operated? To get the airplane, what are the real maintenance costs? What are the parts availabilities, et cetera, et cetera? Does it really match the fleet that we're currently operating? So those are things that need to be, because now it's still 50%, 30%, 20%. We cannot work with the percentage. We need the figures. So these have to be, the testing of the hybrid or the electrical airplane, that's something that's happening, that's going to happen. It works, yes, it works, because there are already models flying. But again, will it fit the business case of the particular airline and in the region, in the salty environment? All those type of things are still questions that are not really answered to the airline. So if as soon as the airlines get a more clear answer on those things, and then the airline can maybe start lobbying to get a fleet change or whatever. But it all, again, depends on financing. Will the financer finance the airplanes, newer airplanes? It's people are not known to it, so there are a lot of factors. But the most important for us is certification, and it has to be a similar product, probably similar cost, less cost is the ideal. But again, those are things that need to be clear for the airlines, I think.
Yeah.
So,
If I can interject also, but it was touched upon this morning, how will the public accept this new project? This product, but the marketing was mentioned this morning, and how are we going to share the risk? What Hans said, okay, it's a very volatile market. Winner has been here very long. DV has been here for 23 years. I am not willing, or we are not willing as a company, to venture into a new product and give up the 23 years for something that we don't know the outcome. That eventually electrical flying will be the thing of the future, I understand. But moving forward, how are we going to manage the risk for that?
Great, thank you.
But you guys are willing to do the pilot.
Yes.
Okay.
I can add. Sorry, I can add two things. There was an article in a Dutch newspaper last week that said, yes, probably in 2040 you can fly from Amsterdam to Barcelona, hybrid or electronic, but at the price. That was the conclusion of research. It will be more expensive. I'm not too optimistic in our customers willing to pay more to fly currently. They will say they might want to pay more. I don't think they will do. So back to your question, it's all about cost. If the aircraft can operate at the same cost or less than current aircraft, that should be the focus of a pilot. Can it operate the same amount of hours at comparable costs? If the answer is yes, then you have a case.
Go ahead, ma'am.
That's excellent. In fact, thank you so much for the question, Christine. And I also really, really appreciate the example that you gave, Hans, just now. You mentioned that you looked at a Twin Otter, brand new, in comparison to the one that's been around for 50 years or so in operations. It turns out you can only save 1%.
Yep.
1% of the total operating cost, right? That is remarkable. We have done, in fact, what we have done was that we knew that to acquire a brand new airplane, even if it's like the same as 50 years old airplane, is astronomical. That's why we went for something like retrofit. So we did the Twin Otter retrofit study as well. And it turns out that if you just swap out the propulsion system and put in the new, the batteries instead of the fuel tank, you actually can save up to 70%. That's direct operating costs. The shorter the routes, the better it is.
If that aircraft can fly to Sint Bart or Seba and Statia, come back and fly again in 15 minutes, because that's what the real life is. If it can do it, I will order it, well, now.
Excellent. So what we need to do is perhaps change the demonstration project instead of a Caravan to a Twin Otter. We didn't do Twin Otter because we already have the Caravan ready to go, because we already flew it last year in November. And we flew that, in fact, the longest we have flown is already a couple hundred kilometers. So it's doable, definitely. It's just that we need to find an airplane, electrify that, and if you have one that you'd like to volunteer, we could definitely do it.
Well, that would
donations.
mean 25% of my fleet.
Donations. Funding, Hans.
But let's talk. Let's talk.
All right. Do we have more questions from our audience? No?
It's a wrap.
One more. Yes. Right here in the front, we have a gentleman. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Vincent Storymans. I'm with the Netherlands representation in Aruba. And I think what today shows is that it's important that we connect and that Ampere talks to Win Air, and that we also learn where the funds might come from, because the Netherlands has subsidies, has funding available, and I think, I'm gathering from what I'm hearing today, that knowledge is not necessarily broadly shared. So I'm hoping that the people in the private sector and government are able to connect and to exchange notes to see whether maybe next year we can present some funding to the beautiful initiatives of Ampere. Thank you.
All right. I think that deserves an applause. Is it okay? All right, so with that last question or remark, we come to a close of this last segment of today's panel. Thank you, Mr. Hans van der Velde from WinAir, also Mr. Ivo Audibert from Easy Air, and Jermaine Ritchie-Durant from DVDV. Thank you so much, Joanne Mo Adams, our moderator, for a very insightful panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, as we near the end of the first day, a very, very important question pertaining to this evening's networking event. I want to ask this now before everybody leaves the room. We have a lot of international guests. Who will be taking the courtesy bus to this evening's dinner and drinks and entertainment? It's very important for logistics. Please raise your hand so the organizers can do a quick assessment. Who will ride along with the bus, which will leave at 5:30, or you have to meet at 5:30 in the lobby here at the Marriott? Please raise your hand high up so the team can assess. All right. Yes? All right. It's going to be at Villa Maria. We know a lot of you will maybe take your own transportation. Everybody is invited. It's very casual. Dress code is casual. Wear comfy shoes, casual clothes. As I said, entertainment, food, and drinks, courtesy of the organizing team. All right? So thank you for answering that question. And ladies and gentlemen, with this last interesting panel discussion, together with your questions and your remarks, we conclude the first day of the 2023 Dcca Conference. We hope that you've had an eye-opening and productive day and can't wait to see you back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock, where there will be presentations and panel discussions as well on interesting topics such as the outlook of international airlines in the future, and, among others, financing the future of aviation. And as I already said, for the networking event this evening at Villa Maria, please also bring your badge that you got today, and it's also your badge for tomorrow, for the second day of the conference. 5:30 in the lobby for those taking the bus. And you don't have to leave yet because the coffee break, which was scheduled for earlier, is happening now. So before you leave, we invite you out here in the hall for some snacks and some coffee and drinks. Thank you so much for your presence here today, and we will meet back here tomorrow. Have a good evening. Oh, and one more thing. We want to thank Maduro and Correals Bank, MCB, for sponsoring all the coffee breaks for this conference. Enjoy.